Ready.
Okay, we're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Senate Finance Committee is now in session. And I'd like just initially to give us a rundown of the bills that we're going to be hearing today. There are 9 of them. Senate Bill 299, followed by Senate Bill 410, Senate Bill 378, Senate Bill 473, Senate Bill 357, Senate Bill 384, Senate Bill 204, Senate Bill 322, and Senate Bill 486. Some of these are very significant bills, and the last one is going to take some time. So get prepared for an interesting afternoon of public policy. Initially, we are starting with 299, Senator Carter. And Senator, as you know, you have unlimited time as the sponsor of the bill, and you have selected as your lead proponent Pam Casemeyer, so she will have 5 minutes. All other people on this bill will have 2.5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One correction, I think you said Casemeyer, but my lead proponent is Councilman Zeke Cohen.
Oh, you're absolutely correct. I'm looking at thank you. Okay, absolutely correct. Okay, thank you. All right.
Good afternoon, all members of the Finance Committee and Madam Chairwoman Kelly. I am very pleased to be the first up with your long day today before you get fatigued. And I want to start by thanking you for passing this bill unanimously last year out of this committee. I also want to give a great thanks to Councilman Cohen, who you'll hear from soon, for bringing me this bill, and to the family tree and all other partners in this work. According to Maryland's 2018 Youth Risk Behavior Survey, over 50% of participating high school students in Maryland have experienced at least one adverse childhood event. Such events include emotional abuse, growing up with a parent or household member that suffers from mental illness, substance abuse, or a parent who's incarcerated or has been incarcerated. Approximately 20% of participating high schoolers reported experiencing a parent or other adult that regularly swears at them, insults them, and/or puts them down. More than 23% reported growing up in a household where at least one of their parents has been incarcerated. As we may know, a recent study showed that Maryland incarcerates more Black people, a higher percentage of Black people than any state in this country. I would posit to you that systemic racism, abject poverty, and the lead poisoning epidemic are also huge contributors to these adverse childhood experiences. These adverse childhood experiences result in long-term negative impacts on children's physical, mental, and behavioral health. By exposing young brains to toxic levels of stress, traumatic childhood events hinder the development of healthy brain structures in children and increase the risk of disease, disability, and social problems. Childhood exposure to early adversity such as child abuse, parental incarceration, mental health, and/or substance abuse disorders increase the likelihood of unhealthy behaviors such as tobacco use, substance abuse, and high-risk sexual activity. In addition to poor individual health outcomes, traumatic childhood experiences also have a powerfully negative impact on our collective health and well-being. Per this bill, the commission, Senate Bill 299, attempts to help mitigate the effects of traumatic childhood experiences by transforming Maryland into a more trauma-responsive state. The bill does this by establishing a commission on trauma-informed care, charged with coordinating a statewide initiative to prioritize trauma-responsive and trauma-informed delivery of state services that impact children, youth, and families. Per the bill, the commission, in collaboration with the Maryland Department of Health, will identify goals, data, and metrics to aid the development of a statewide strategy. The bill will also require those state agencies that engage children and families to be trained in identifying childhood trauma and responding to that trauma appropriately and effectively, and to submit annual reports to the commission. This legislation mirrors a brilliant bill that was passed in Baltimore City by Councilman Cohen, who you'll hear from shortly. This made our city the first in the country to legislate trauma-informed care. A similar approach has been proven successful in at least 9 other states that have adopted a trauma awareness model, such as Delaware and Tennessee. Recent federal legislation has also begun integrating a trauma-informed care model. Maryland should be added to that list. Studies show that effectively treated trauma can help change a child's trajectory for the better, which is something that we all want for Maryland's children. And finally, as we know and will deal with in many pieces of legislation this session, the COVID-19 pandemic has created challenges, additional challenges, meeting material needs because of unemployment, food and housing insecurity, daycare, school closings, death of family members. There was a significant increase in parental stress here in Maryland and across this nation. This stress has been known to create increased risk for traumatic childhood experiences such as maltreatment, substance misuse, and intimate partner violence. Now more than ever, it is critical that we consider instituting a trauma-informed and resilience-building public and private policies and practices to create a safe, stable, nurturing relationships and environments for children and prevent and mitigate trauma in all of its forms. For these reasons, I ask that you would once again pass Senate Bill 299. I'm happy to answer questions or hear from the panel, whichever your desire. My panelists are Councilman Cohen, Dr. Nancy Kuzmal from the National Association of Social Workers, and the star of the panel, Jamira Queen, who is with Healing Youth Alliance, one of our youth in Baltimore City that can attest how this bill personally affects her and other youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, are there any questions? Okay, it was a great introduction to this wonderful bill that we already passed last year, so we're going to show that we're at least as smart this year as we were last year. Okay, in that case, then we're going to the Councilman Zeke Cohen. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Senators. My name is Zeke Cohen. I represent District 1 on the Baltimore City Council. I was the sponsor of the Elijah Cummings Healing City Act, a bill that makes Baltimore the first city in America to comprehensively legislate trauma-informed care. I want to thank Senator Carter for sponsoring this bill again, and thank you all for considering joining the national movement for healing through government. I came to this work after a school shooting in my city. A gentleman walked into Frederick Douglass High School with a gun and opened fire, seriously wounding a staff member. Fortunately, no one was killed, but for the students, teachers, and entire community, this event was incredibly traumatic. Their sanctuary was violated. We held a hearing to identify how we could lessen the violence impacting our kids. A lot of the discourse among adults at the time was about whether we should arm our school police. But then we heard testimony from 3 students who had been there during the shooting, Jayana, Damani, and Brianna. They told us in no uncertain terms that we needed to stop focusing all our energy on how to better police them, but instead focus on how to prevent not only the horrific violence they experienced that day in their school, but the day-to-day traumatic events throughout their lives. They spoke about what it's like to experience homelessness, to deal with a parent that's addicted to substances, to be exposed to violence, to grow up Black in a city that was one of the birthplaces of redlining. They called on us, their city leaders, to develop a law that would support prevention and effective response to trauma across city government. That is what we did, and that is what this bill in front of you would do today. Now let's be clear. Trauma is not limited to major events like a school shooting. It is prevalent in all of our communities and can take on many different forms. Left untreated, traumatic events can increase our likelihood of developing a range of long-term health problems like depression, anxiety, diabetes, and heart disease. There is robust evidence that people who experience multiple untreated traumatic events early in life are more likely to suffer from addiction, struggle academically and in the workplace, become either a perpetrator or a victim of violence, or commit suicide. But here's the good news. Experiencing trauma is not a death sentence. Due to advances in epigenetics and neuroscience, we know that trauma can be treated. Our brains and our bodies can heal. And yet, in the great state of Maryland, where you heard before from Senator Carter that over 50% of high school students from the Youth Risk Behavior Survey reported at least one major traumatic event, we do not have a unified strategy to prevent or respond to trauma. We spend an enormous amount of money and energy treating its symptoms on the back end, at times trying to police or incarcerate our way out of our problems, but not nearly enough on prevention. And let me also be clear, although we are certainly not strangers to trauma in Baltimore, the opioid epidemic, violence, and mental illness are not confined by borders or boundaries. Rural and suburban parts of our state suffer as well. In fact, according to the same survey I referenced earlier, Kent County leads the state in household substance abuse, with 33% of children reporting alcohol or drug abuse in their homes. Cecil County came in second with 32%. Baltimore reported 26%. Dorchester and Kent counties showed the highest rates of household mental illness. Despite the real and important differences of our local contexts, we all share similar struggles, and we need a unified strategy and approach. This moment calls for bold leadership. Our state and our nation are facing a once-in-a-lifetime racial reckoning and a global pandemic. The deaths of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and Freddie Gray have shaken our collective conscience. The grief and isolation we are all feeling due to COVID-19 constitutes its own lingering mental health crisis. The trauma we have experienced is real. We need a statewide commission. We need to teach trauma-informed care throughout all of our agencies, and we need to adjust how we do business across government. I ask for a favorable report, and I thank you for the honor of allowing me to speak here today.
Thank you. Are there questions for the councilman? Okay, you guys did such great work initially. Okay, we're going next to Nancy Cosmell, Association of Social Workers.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you to Senator Carter for bringing this bill forward, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 299. My name is Nancy Cosmell. I have a master's degree in social work and a PhD in social welfare. I am currently the co-chair of the National Association of Social Work Maryland Chapter's Committee on Aging. I worked in nursing homes for more than a decade, and my research focuses on the impacts of trauma on older adults and their caregivers and trauma-informed care in aging services. Psychological trauma is a widespread but overlooked problem. The Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration estimates that 3 in 5 Americans will experience a traumatic event at some point in their lives. Traumatic events include things like assault, child abuse, domestic violence, accidents, fires, natural disasters, and witnessing such events. Age is a risk factor because the longer someone lives, the more likely it is that they'll experience a traumatic event. Trauma is associated with outcomes such as poor physical and mental health, functional problems, decreased socioeconomic status, and other social issues. For example, people with substance use disorders who also have a trauma history have worse treatment outcomes than their counterparts who don't. As social workers who work with older adults, we see people who've experienced traumatic events. Older adults experience the deaths of spouses and friends, lose their homes, and are the victims sometimes of physical, mental, and financial abuse. Some still experience the effects of long ago traumas. The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services now requires trauma-informed care to be part of nursing home care. Nursing home residents suffered significant trauma during this pandemic, from fears of dying as COVID-19 marched down the halls to being cut off from their loved ones for many, many months. Traumas make it harder for people to get the services they need. Trauma-informed approaches create services that treat everyone, clients, workers, family members, in ways that protect trauma survivors from re-traumatization. Much like universal precautions in medicine treat all of our bodily fluids like they might have some kind of disease, and how universal design and construction makes our buildings accessible for everyone. Trauma-informed care is not trauma treatment. It provides health and human services in ways that increase safety, trustworthiness, choice, collaboration, and empowerment. And trauma-informed services are more accepted and therefore more effective. This bill would allow us to evaluate how Maryland is already providing trauma-informed services in some areas and provide the resources to improve care in the areas that we're not. The formal training would provide every agency with information about trauma-informed care and allowing them to infuse trauma-informed practices across all of the agency practices across the state. Many trauma survivors struggle every day to get through life. They shouldn't have to struggle to get state-funded health and human services. Help make Maryland a leader. As Councilman Cohen said, join with the movement that's happening across the country and make Maryland a leader in trauma-informed services and give state workers the training they need to provide these services. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you very much. We're going next to Jamara Queen.
Hello, my name is Jamira Queen. I'm from Baltimore City and I'm a senior at the Baltimore Polytechnic Institute. I'm a Healing Youth Alliance ambassador, a youth mentor, and a community advocate. In Baltimore City, I sit on meetings every day about trauma with my team, the Healing Youth Alliance. We've learned about what trauma is and mental health disorders from the University of Maryland School of Social Work. As a team, we are actively hosting presentations across the city of Baltimore to heal from trauma and mental health related issues. I've lived in Baltimore City my whole life and have experienced so many forms of trauma. I've experienced 4 different types of ACEs. I've experienced a house fire, living in a household with one parent incarcerated, a single parent household, and I've also lived in a household with, now I'm living in a household with someone who experiences substance abuse disorder. I'm also living in poverty. I am currently living in a single parent household with someone who struggles from substance abuse disorder. It does not only affect the person using it, but it also affects the family and the community. Substance abuse disorder has affected my family for so many years. It started off with me being shot and having to go to therapy because of living around trauma. I've been trying to heal from living in a substance abuse heavy household, all while trying to understand that this issue is bigger than me and this issue is bigger than the city. This issue is bigger than the state. Trauma affects so many different people in so many different ways. I live in a neighborhood where my story on trauma can be seen as a story of hope for some people in the neighborhood across the street from, in the neighborhood around the corner from mine. I've been through a lot, but I also know that it can be a lot worse. I see it every day traveling through my city. Trauma comes in all forms and healing is very necessary. It starts with understanding trauma and then breaking down barriers to overcome trauma and heal from trauma. Trauma-informed care is so important because once we understand what is really happening to us as a people, we can eventually come together as a collective and heal each other. Trauma-informed care can lead to a decrease in childhood ACEs. It can bring a community together and it can change the life of a child in the incoming generation. I know trauma-informed care works because it has worked for me, and it is the reason why that in the fall of 2021, I will be majoring as an undergrad in social work. Trauma affects communities all across Maryland, and it has become normalized to the point that we have no emotional response to it. That needs to change. Trauma-informed care is extremely important with healing the state of Maryland. To have a statewide commission on trauma-informed care is really important. It can break down so many different barriers and change the living situation for the next generation. I know what happens when trauma-informed care is introduced. I know the beauty in healing from trauma. I want everyone who has experienced similar ACEs from just like myself to heal from trauma. It is important that we have a statewide commission on trauma because of the positive effects that it has had on Baltimore City and the positive effects that it has had on me. Trauma-informed care can change the state of Maryland for the better. This bill will allow us to heal and introduce trauma-informed practices. We need to have healing, and we need to have conversations about trauma in the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. Very impressive testimony. I'm sure you're going to do well at the School of Social Work when you get there. Okay, we're going next to Pam Casemeyer. Oh, were there any questions of this witness?
Madam Chair, this is Senator Hayes, and I don't have a question, but I just wanted to agree with you, Ms. Queen's presentation in front of the Senate Finance Committee. A lot of times we hear from a lot of professionals to come before our committee, but her passion and intellect definitely shine through her testimony today. So thank you so much for representing Baltimore.
You're very insightful too.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hayes. You're one of the reasons that I'm able to even have these conversations. You've spoken to my school many different times, and I've saw you across the community so many different times. I don't know if you really remember my face, but I've saw you so many different times in my community, and I know that you're the reason why that we are able to have these conversations, and you're the representation that we're lacking in our community.
Thank you so much.
We're blessed to have you as an ambassador for this too, for the young people.
Well, that's one vote.
Okay. All right. Pam Casemeyer.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Pam Casemeyer. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics and other clients as well, but wanted you to know I can't even remotely begin to say anything as effectively or persuasively as you've already heard. So all I really will do now at this point, not to take away from what you've already heard, is to say this bill is one of the #1 priorities for the Academy of Pediatrics. Their residents and medical students chose this legislation for their advocacy day. The comprehensive nature of developing a commission that goes across agencies is incredibly important, because part of the challenge, even as we as a state have been working on issues related to trauma, related to ACEs, related to other things, they're not coordinated. It's not across state agencies, and it can be very bifurcated. And so this is a more comprehensive approach, strongly endorsed by the pediatric community and others as well. And thank you, Ms. Queen, and everyone else for your testimony, and the committee for moving this bill last year, and hope you will do it again this year.
Thank you. And we need all the community partners we can get. So we're glad the pediatricians are on board again. Are there questions for Pam? Okay, thank you very much. Now we have one favorable with an amendment, Melanie Shapiro, representing the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Melanie Shapiro with the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence. We are the state domestic violence coalition that brings together victim service providers, allied professionals, and concerned individuals for the common purpose of reducing intimate partner and family violence and its harmful effects on our citizens. And we are here in support with what I believe is a friendly amendment to Senate Bill 299. And we are asking for a favorable report. I do want to commend Ms. Queen, and perhaps you might want to consider going into some sort of advocacy in addition to your social work ambitions. You could easily put me out of a job. So I am not going to reiterate all of what Ms. Queen said, but what I did want to tell you about was the impact of adverse childhood experiences and as it relates to intimate partner violence. In the original Kaiser Permanente study, which is now several decades old, one of the original adverse childhood experiences was observing a mother being treated violently. So a child observing their mother being treated violently. And that was endorsed by 12.7% of all of the participants in the original study. What was notable was the observing that behavior often did not occur alone. It normally co-occurred with other adverse childhood experiences. And the subsequent impact, in addition to all of the traumatic impacts that Senator Carter spoke about, was that it made somebody at greater risk to either being a perpetrator or victim of intimate partner violence later on in their life. And so we are very concerned about that exposure And it also does not include any of the other types of abuse that children might observe in their home. It could be psychological abuse or economic abuse or verbal abuse. So the original study was just looking at that, and it was endorsed greatly. And what we know from intimate partner violence is that while it crosses all demographics regarding age, gender, and socioeconomic status, it does disproportionately impact women of color. And so all we are asking for a friendly amendment is that the State Domestic Violence Coalition be included in the commission so that we can, I believe Ms. Casemeyer said, a comprehensive approach. And we believe that including the domestic violence community would have a comprehensive approach as we are looking at children, youth, families, as well as older adults. So for all of those reasons, we are urging a favorable report with amendment to Senate Bill 299. And thank you, Senator Carter, for bringing forth this very important bill.
Thank you. And so the amendment is just to add the domestic violence people in. Okay, that's,
Yes.
Are there questions for this witness? All right, seeing none, this is a remarkable and very interesting and very informative hearing. And thanks so much to everybody who participated. We don't have any unfavorables, thank God. So that ends the testimony on Senate Bill 299.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we're going next to Senator Kramer, Senate Bill 410. And let's see who we have here. Cigarettes, other tobacco products, and electronic smoking devices, local law authorization. And the person who will get the 5 minutes as the chief proponent is Drew Jabin. Oh, wait a minute. Calvin Ball, you're right. I'll get the wrong place. The county executive of Howard County. Okay, and let's get started.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Ben Kramer introducing Senate Bill 410, which would allow our local governments to adopt rules and regulations regarding the sale of tobacco products within their jurisdictions. Nearly a decade ago, there was a Maryland Court of Special Appeals ruling that generally concluded that state law preempts local regulation of tobacco. There are a myriad of reasons to support giving local jurisdictions this control, all of which relate to the health and welfare of the public. And there are several witnesses that will be coming up to speak on that very issue. Also here, the tobacco industry is signed up to vehemently oppose the bill, and they will state that allowing individual jurisdictions the ability to legislate these matters will create chaos, and our residents will be rendered mindless zombies roaming the streets, unable to decipher the standards applied in different jurisdictions. They will also claim our businesses that sell tobacco products will also be left bewildered and confused as to how to adapt to this new landscape. Committee, I believe the tobacco industry is selling our residents and our business owners short, and that all will be well. Let's pass this bill and elevate the health and welfare of our residents above the profits of an industry whose business model is predicated on addiction, disease, and eventually the death of its customers, just to start the process all over again with new victims. I will cut my commentary short at this point, Madam Chair, because the very skilled and talented Howard County Executive Calvin Ball is here with us today, and I know he is on a very tight schedule. So out of respect to his time and my appreciation for his being here today, I will turn it over to him. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just ask you one question, Mr. Sponsor. As I'm listening, and I know you're passionate about this, and we certainly don't want our kids smoking. if you are in a county where on one side of the street, it's one county, and a county with a different law on this issue is right across the street, wouldn't it be better to have the same controls and the same protocols in both cases?
Madam Chair, I would proffer to the committee that in those very, very limited circumstances where we have borders between jurisdictions that are so close that we have entities on one side and identical entities doing the same thing on the other side, that within those jurisdictions, they would be able to address that. And the businesses, just as they operate on one side of the Pennsylvania line and the other side of the Maryland line, they may be directly across the street, but they figure out how to operate within the boundaries and rules and regulations of their jurisdiction. So I don't see this as being.
Okay, but I think the jurisdictions might. I wonder about the kids. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Honorable Calvin Ball.
Madam Chair, if I had
Yes.
to ask quick, I'm very eager to hear from County Executive Ball, my good friend there, but can I ask Kramer just a quick one?
Sure.
Ben, I just straight up, because of this Court of Appeals decision, I know the bill is intended to essentially overrule that Court of Appeals decision, but as I guess the question I have is, would this bill do that? In other words, the Court of Appeals decision at least appears to be that this is within the space, implied space preemptive authority of the state, and that the locals, in fact, in this particular area really cannot assert jurisdiction. Now, I see in the participants line, and I wouldn't call him out, I see Brian Frosch is one of the participants here, but did you, get any kind of feedback from the AG's office that this bill, in fact, if implemented, would have the effect of overruling that Court of Appeals decision? I just have to put that threshold kind of question out there on the table.
My understanding is that's exactly what this legislation does, because the state is now in a position to take that authority and through this bill, grant to our local jurisdictions the ability to do that. Without this legislation expressly granting that authority to local governments, right now there's a lot of question about it. The ruling that had been addressed prior to this was specific to two Prince George's County regulations, and the ruling, although focused on those two Prince George's County regulations, it did give a more generally broad interpretation, but it specifically addressed the Prince George's issues. So there is some question as to whether, if Montgomery County did something at the moment, would it be challenged? Very likely. But by granting the courts this authority, and certainly I have no qualms reaching out to the Attorney General's office to ask them if they could timely provide the committee with some feedback on the concern.
That's fair, Madam Chair. I would just, and not using the Zoom technology here, ask that Attorney General Frosch, who's actually on this call, maybe consider doing that. So maybe that's an informal request of the Attorney General, since he's, I see him as one of the participants here watching the hearing. So thank you.
Okay. I must confess, I worry that you could end up with more kids smoking, depending on how the various counties might go, than if we had a statewide standard that was really tough.
Well, Madam Chair, the bill would not allow the counties to have anything that is less than the standards in the state. So the bill provides for more stringent regulations at the local level, but certainly nothing less than what the state provides.
Okay.
I think
All right.
that hopefully addresses the concern you just raised.
Okay, are there other questions of the last witness? Okay, we're going now to the Honorable Calvin Ball.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair Kelly, Vice Chair Feldman, and members of the esteemed Finance Committee. I'm Howard County Executive Calvin Ball, and it is a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. I just want to commend Senator Kramer for sponsoring Senate Bill 410. This legislation, as you know, would give Maryland jurisdiction the authority to enact and enforce local laws regulating the sale and distribution of cigarettes, tobacco, and electronic smoking products. In my first year as county executive, I proposed local legislation that would raise the minimum legal age to purchase tobacco products and electronic smoking devices from 18 to 21. Continuing the effort to improve public health outcomes, last year, Howard County joined several jurisdictions around the state to sue a cigarette company for using deceptive tactics to market their products to minors. In FY21, we funded over $10.8 million to our Howard County Health Department to support smoking cessation programs. Our health department conducts free tobacco awareness programs to warn middle and high schoolers about the harms of smoking and vaping. And we also operate a tobacco use prevention and cessation program for adults. Now, for several years, Howard County has been ranked by U.S. News and World Reports as one of the top 20 healthiest counties among nearly 3,000 jurisdictions. And this is across our entire country because we know these important public health measures and funding priorities are critical to creating and maintaining healthy lifestyles and a healthy community. As health departments around the state continue to combat COVID-19 in our communities, we must bear in mind that smokers and those who use tobacco products have a higher risk of contracting COVID-19 and adverse long-term side effects. To help mitigate the risk of smoking-related illnesses, both during this pandemic and beyond, counties should be allowed the opportunity to regulate tobacco and other dangerous smoking products, much like we do with land use and many other COVID-19 restrictions. It's our job as adults and policymakers to protect and ensure the health of our kids, minimize the risk of addiction to these dangerous products, and maximize their best opportunity to grow into healthy and thriving adults. I appreciate your partnership and look forward to your support of local jurisdictions and urge a favorable report on SB 410. Thank you so much, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Well, you did a great job.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, all right. We're going next to the Reverend Kobe Little representing NAACP Maryland.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. It's good to see you again. I'm the Reverend Kobe Little. I'm Vice President of the Maryland State Conference of the NAACP and the Political Action Chair. I'm here today on behalf of the NAACP and the people of local jurisdictions across this state to urge your favorable report on Senate Bill 410. We are delighted and commend Senator Kramer for the courage and the caring to bring this legislation forward. At the outset, let me say that what's at stake here is equity, civil rights, and political will. In other words, democracy. Big Tobacco would have it that they would have free rein to tie up policy at the local level by hamstringing a couple of legislators across the state, and thereby shutting out the voices of local elected officials and citizens in jurisdictions that have the desire to regulate tobacco, to protect children, to protect the elderly, and to protect those who are vulnerable as a result of the predatory marketing that we've seen from Big Tobacco year in and year out. We ask today your support for legislation that will give jurisdictions the ability to determine what's best for the health of the citizens of each jurisdiction. For example, we know that tobacco markets in a predatory way towards African Americans through the marketing of menthol cigarettes and targeted advertising that uplifts and glorifies cigarette smoking, but doesn't emphasize the deleterious impact to health that's caused by tobacco use. So we ask today, senators, that you support this legislation so that in jurisdictions like Baltimore City and Prince George's County and other places across the state where there is the political will to say no to big tobacco, to protect citizens, that these local jurisdictions will have the ability to do that. We thank you for your consideration of this matter and urge your support of Senate Bill 410. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Reverend Little, it's good to see you again. I know we used to talk a lot in the Judicial Proceedings Committee. I had a question really for you, and it could be for anybody on the panel, but I think you maybe just to talk with you about it. We of course know the argument, part of the argument against this bill is that having one statewide standard is simpler to understand and retailers are concerned. And you're speaking to some of that with your concerns about the tobacco industry. I was looking at this from a little different perspective. I know in one particular awful case of an African-American man being killed by police in New York City, it was because he was being accosted. The interaction came about because the police officers are tasked, because it is county by county and New York City has its own laws. They were being tasked with enforcing local tobacco laws, which included saying you can't sell individual cigarettes. And, what ended up happening was terrible. And this isn't as a way of saying that was not the fault of the officer, because it clearly something was terribly wrong what happened. But putting law enforcement in a position locally of enforcing, selling loosies or enforcing individual county or city laws, I'm concerned about that. Can you talk about maybe how NAACP would feel? The perspective from that side of things, because I'm legitimately saying I think that should be something we should think about if we were to enact a law like this.
Thank you, Senator. It's good to see you, and I appreciate the question. God rest Eric Garner. America still grieves as a result of the violence that we saw in New York and the violence that we've seen across the country in the last 12 months and for the last 200 years. The NAACP stands firmly against police terror, police violence and police brutality, and police misconduct. And the change in tobacco regulation from merely a state function to a local function is no justification for police misconduct. We believe that tobacco is a public health issue, and as such, we'll be working not only to pass this legislation, but to continue to build the political will across the 24 jurisdictions of this state to remind elected officials and law enforcement agencies that public health issues are not solved with criminal sanctions and police harassment, but they are solved through public education, through good public policy, and occasionally enforced with civil remedies. So I appreciate you beyond measure for raising the question of police brutality and giving me the opportunity to speak to it. We don't see this legislation as creating an increased risk for police violence. Health departments, by and large, enforce local tobacco regulations. And I'm sure you're also aware, as a result of the work of the Maryland General Assembly in 2019, we now have the Maryland Alcohol and Tobacco Commission. And we will be working diligently to ensure that all the enforcement of tobacco laws places the burden on the real villains in this story, big tobacco, which have consistently served in predatory manners to lure children with flavored tobacco and to lure vulnerable communities with their marketing and with all of their placement of products throughout communities, and from 7-Elevens to grocery stores. So we're much more concerned about those practices by big tobacco than we are by the threat of police violence when it comes to enforcing local tobacco regulations. And while I have the floor, I would encourage all of you to support the police legislation, the police reform legislation that will be coming out of.
You know what? I'm
judiciary.
gonna have to butt in. We'll be here many hours and our brains will be fuzzy after a while. We want people to still be alert when we get to the last bill.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm on board for another bill this hearing.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I ask County Executive Ball a question, please?
I think he has left. Did he? I think he was.
I think he may have. He was on a very tight schedule, Madam Chair.
Okay, I will find another way to ask that. Thank you very much.
Okay, are there other questions? Senator Benson, did you still have a question? I don't think she got one. Okay, thank you. All right. Ends the testimony on that good.
Madam Chair, could I just, one thing, the question that I asked to Senator Kramer about the AG, apparently there's a House cross-file and apparently the AG has kind of weighed in over there. So there is something in the file, so I can retract that request of Attorney General Frosch. I guess there already is something in the House file to that effect, so.
Okay, very good. You can let us know when you find it. Thanks. Okay. All right, Ronald Bates.
Good afternoon. Madam Chair, Kelly, members of the Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Ron Bates, Interim Associate Director for Behavioral Health for Prince George's County Health Department. I'm here to express strong support for Senate Bill 410 on behalf of Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks. In the Maryland Association of County Health Officers, MACO represents the chief executives of Maryland's 24 local health departments. Emerging tobacco control issues are primarily identified locally by county council members, police departments, or local health departments. Local elected officials, I believe, are in the best position to address tobacco control problems by swiftly enacting local legislation. Frequently, the most innovative and effective tobacco control policies originate and are enacted by local jurisdictions and become model policies adopted by higher level governments. In 2008, the Prince George's County Council passed a local ordinance to address the practice of selling individual cigar products to consume marijuana. The Health and Police Department supported this legislation and the county executive signed it in 2009. However, our timely local tobacco control effort to protect our residents was challenged by the tobacco industry in the case of Tildis versus Prince George's County. The ensuing legal battle resulted in a 2013 Court of Special Appeals ruling in favor of the tobacco industry that ended Maryland County's local tobacco control efforts. Preemption is a well-documented tactic used by the big tobacco lobby, which often has greater influence at higher levels of government. And in the wake of the Altildis decision, all Maryland local jurisdictions halted new tobacco control legislation. And enforcement of existing laws out of fear of lengthy, extensive legal battles with the tobacco industry were also ended. Public Health Law Center cites preemption as the biggest challenge to effective tobacco control, and preemption is opposed by the American Cancer Society, American Heart Association, American Lung Association, American Medical Association, and many others. Senate Bill 14 abrogates the Altildis ruling and enables counties to, when necessary, take swift tobacco control action to protect the health and welfare of our residents. Passage of Senate Bill 410 will empower local legislators, public health officials, and enforcement officers to act quickly in the best interests of the public. Members of the Finance Committee, I urge you to protect the public health with a tobacco favorable vote. Thank you much for allowing me to weigh in.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, if not, we're going next to John Drew. Hmm. Where am I? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, John Drew. Jabin Drew. I'm sorry. I'm messing up your name.
It's okay. So thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Drew Jabin on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties, here in support of Senate Bill 410. As always, you have my written testimony. I will be brief. I can't say it better than the sponsor and County Executive Ball, both who made great points. This is what local governments are supposed to do. When there's a local problem, we need to be able to target it locally. While this was previously the case, it got struck down by the courts, and we just want to restore that proper authority. If years ago, Prince George's County had put in a statewide bill to ban single cigars, it seems possible, potentially likely, that the General Assembly and this committee would have said, this sounds like a local problem. You should just pass this through your county council. That is exactly what they did. And then the Maryland courts basically said, the state does not want you to do this. They never wanted you to be able to react to local problems this way. Senate Bill 410 is a smart, sensible, enabling bill that correctly gives local governments local autonomy and their due authority to protect residents. Therefore, MACo requests a favorable report on Senate Bill 410. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Hey, Madam Chair, I had a question. Just real quick. I mean, the decision was in 2013. I guess I'm a bit curious as to why it took 8 years, to come around with. Has there been a bill since subsequent 2013 and now 2021? I mean, to the extent this seems like a good policy change, why did it take 8 years to come around to putting a bill in to this effect?
I'm not sure if this is for me or the sponsor.
Well,
I mean, you're up. Do you know any? Do you have the answer, Drew? If not,
I apologize. I do not.
Okay, just kind of a curiosity. Okay, thank you.
It is an interesting question. All right, now we're going to the unfavorables, and we'll start with Bruce Variano. You have 2.5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Finance Committee. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me immediately respond to Senator Feldman's question. This is the third time this issue's been before the legislature. It's been an issue killed in this committee under a previous committee membership. And it was in a bill before the Budget and Taxation Committee last year. And may rest in peace, Mike Miller pointed it out and said, we cannot do this. We cannot let the localities run havoc with our guarding the ability to tax tobacco products. The state relies on that revenue, and it was taken out and it was defeated in that bill, the bill that you are overriding and passing an increase in the tobacco tax. I know this bill does not directly include dealing with tobacco taxes or with licenses, but please, let's get serious.
We're losing you. You might have muted yourself. Can you unmute? Bruce, we can't hear you. Can you unmute yourself?
Excuse me?
Okay, you were muted.
I was completely muted?
For a while.
It's all good.
Okay.
I do love Senator Kramer. Am I okay now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So, may I start over again, or what do you want me to
We
do?
heard your initial introduction, but.
Well,
we got through Mike Miller.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If you look at the legislation, please, it gives the local authorities the ability to deal with the sale and distribution of the product. Now, when you're talking about tobacco, cigarettes, or what have you, you tax them. The state receives enormous taxes and sales taxes on the sale of these products, okay? So even though the bill carves out that you can't locally pass a bill dealing with the taxation or the licensure of the product, the counties, if you pass this, can do other things that are going to indirectly, but yet directly affect the states receiving maximum tax revenues, sales tax and to tobacco tax. What do I mean? Some counties, and I'm not making this up, I've been working tobacco for 50 years, and the counties really would love to increase the age, even above 21, ban flavored products, the location of the products, requiring that they be put in the back so that they're not visible. But you have a county that increases it above age 21 or bans certain products. The only exceptions, what the counties cannot do under this bill, is license and tax. They can do anything else. This is a floor, not a ceiling. And believe me, there are some counties, including the beloved county of the sponsor of this bill, which loves to be the first in the nation to do everything. They will do everything they can, passing local bills to, in effect, ban the entire product in Montgomery County. That's all well and good, but what about the taxes? Unless and until the state legislature abandons its reliance on the taxes received from the sale of tobacco and the sales tax as a result of that, passing this bill as state legislators, you are doing something contrary to the interests of the state of Maryland in raising and protecting state revenues that are needed to fund the wonderful myriad programs you have. And this is reality.
Oh, your time is up.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Be happy to answer any questions you have.
Do you have any questions for this witness? Senator Kramer.
Yeah, one quick question. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want you to know I do love Bruce. But Bruce, let me ask you a question. Don't you think that this is a policy decision that we make, in that there may come a point in time where the policy is, rather than raise tax revenue on the death and disease of our constituents, that maybe the cost savings of keeping them off ventilators and out of hospitals and alive might at the end of the day be a savings to the state, and in fact an appropriate policy decision to not balance budgets on the death of our citizens. Just asking you, isn't that a policy decision?
You're absolutely right. It is a policy decision. All I am saying is that the passage of this, and what I know will happen, I'm not making this up to have fears and what have you. I know it will happen. Counties will act in various different ways, as I indicated, and that will have the effect of reducing substantially the sales tax and the tobacco tax that the state relies on. The reason for that court decision was—
That's fair. I just wanted to ask you about the policy decision part.
So there's a taxation policy piece to it too.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Klossmeyer.
Bruce,
Yes.
do you know how much the state gets for the taxes on cigarettes?
You know,
Right off the top of your head?
I don't, but it's not on the cigarettes, but also the sales tax on top of the sale.
Okay, if you can get that for me, I'd really appreciate it.
I will get that to you.
I agree with you. I just worry that it's going to take money right out of our coffers in the state. And well,
It
there's
will.
a lot of things I worry about, but that's one of them.
I'll get that to the committee and to you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. All right, we're going now to Matthew Bowley.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matthew Bowley of Rifkin Wiener Livingston, here on behalf of the Premium Cigar Retailers Association of Maryland in opposition to SB 410. The Maryland General Assembly took the position last year in HB 732 that taxation authority on tobacco products should continue to lie entirely within the state's purview, And we support this position and ask that the regulatory system for tobacco also continue to lie within the state's exclusive authority. The prospect of 24 different regulatory systems for tobacco is simply unworkable for these Maryland small businesses. Consumers will travel from one jurisdiction to another to obtain the products that they desire or across state lines if needed. And as we have seen during the pandemic, different regulations from one locality to another creates confusion for businesses, consumers, and regulators. We believe that the state can most fairly and effectively oversee these processes and maintain a fair and uniform system of taxation and regulation. For these reasons, we respectfully oppose this legislation.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? All right, thanks to everybody who's participated, and that's the end of the hearing on that bill. We're going next to Senate Bill 378, Senator Hayes, Baltimore City cigarettes, other tobacco products, and electronic smoking devices, local laws authorization.
Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Chair. This bill is very similar to the previous bill. I guess my seat mate and I, great minds think alike. But this is and specifically to Baltimore City, the city of Baltimore. And this bill was introduced last year, but it never made it out of committee in the abbreviated session. Excuse me. I'm pleased to be joined by my three-member panel, Ms. Green from Baltimore City Health Department, Dr. Galiatos, who worked for the Department of Tobacco Treatment Clinic for Johns Hopkins University, and Britt Torton of the University of Maryland School of Law. I know our vice chair had several questions as it relates to the legality around this, and Brooke I found to be very resourceful in the knowledge that she brings to the table around these. And so hopefully she could shed some light on the legal questions that the vice chair has presented today. Madam Chair, Baltimore City has the highest prevalence of tobacco usage in Maryland. And one of the things that I noticed that was not a part of the file that we have available to this committee online, there was not a letter of support from the Baltimore City Senate delegation, but I assure you one is forthcoming. We had a unanimous vote of the Baltimore City Senate delegation in support of Senate Bill 378. In Baltimore City, with the highest prevalence of tobacco usage in Maryland, African Americans tend to smoke at higher rates, leading to the greater health disparities in our state. The density of tobacco retailers exacerbates desperate tobacco usage rates. Over 1,600 retailers operate in Baltimore City. And a population that's hovering around 600,000, this accounts for one retailer that sells tobacco to just a little more than every 300 residents. And so it's no surprise that among the four letters of opposition, although we had overwhelming support, among the four, two were from car dealers and candy stores who wrote in opposition to this legislation. Senate Bill 378 will enable an effective and efficient response to tobacco retail density and tobacco-related public health concerns in Baltimore City by proposing to allow Baltimore City to enact and enforce local laws regulating smoking devices, cigarettes, or tobacco products, and electronic smoking devices in Baltimore City. Senate Bill 378 also makes an important exception, ensuring that Baltimore City and mayor are not authorized to enact and enforce local legislation relating to licensing or the imposition of taxes on cigarettes. And I only reiterate this, Madam Chair, because out of the four in opposition to this legislation, although we have overwhelming support, many of them speak, their opposition is specific to the taxation. The taxation will rely in the authority of the General Assembly. This is not what this legislation intends to do. Currently, Baltimore City is preempted from legislating in the aforementioned fields due to the Maryland Court of Appeals holding, which I believe you heard earlier in the Prince George's County case. Other jurisdictions such as New York City, Philadelphia have passed legislation to prevent similar smoking situation from arising because it inhibits ineffective and efficient control of tobacco retailer density, which is directly correlated with usage. Additionally, this bill will allow Baltimore City to enforce tobacco laws in tandem with the Comptroller's office. This creates a meaningful opportunity for local government to reduce the burden of broad enforcement that currently falls upon the Comptroller. Just a couple of years ago, I worked with the Baltimore City Health Department, and we were successful at moving forward a bill allowed our local health officer, I think our colleague Senator Reedy raised the issue around more police enforcement. Most of this responsibility, as was articulated area, relies on our local health department. The Comptroller in past years have testified they have a very, very limited amount of resources as it relates to enforcing a lot of these laws. I think they have about 6 inspectors for the entire state, where Baltimore City bodes at least 30 different inspectors. And I will tell you, if you look at the Baltimore City Code of Laws, the health code is way greater than the Baltimore Police Department. Whereas we have various issues with troubled establishments in our community, the health department and our health commissioner actually has the authority to shut down establishments because their water isn't hot enough or unsanitary conditions. And so the health commissioner, at least in the structure of Baltimore City government, retains a lot of authority and enforcement as it relates to Baltimore City. Senate Bill 738 proposes to provide Baltimore City Council and mayor with the authority proportional to public health hazard created by current rates of tobacco usage among Baltimore City residents, with positive effects on the Comptroller's office as a likely result. I urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 378, and I believe I've already had a chance throughout my testimony to speak to some of the concerns that was raised around taxation and other things. Madam Chair and committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify this afternoon.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the sponsor? Senator Benson, unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I've been around a long time. What has happened to Baltimore City is a crying shame. Before I ask the question, the economic engine at one point in time for the state of Maryland was Baltimore City. And what has happened to Baltimore City is a shame. What they've done to those citizens.
It's so broad, though.
It's a shame. Now, my question to you, Senator Hayes, is we heard the testimony of the county executive in Howard County. Is what you're proposing similar to what we see in Howard County? That seems to be a model for the country from what he's just said. Is that where you all are trying to go, Senator Hayes?
It's similar in many ways, but the legislation prior to was more statewide, which would give Howard County, Baltimore City, and everyone else. I think this piece of legislation in Senate Bill 378 recognized the uniqueness of some of the challenges in Baltimore City, especially, you know, as it relates to density and other things. And so it would give some of the same authority to create the type of innovation that the Howard County executive spoke about earlier.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
If there aren't any other burning questions, then we'll go next to Kamala Green, and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Co-Chair, and the esteemed members of this committee. My name is Kamala Green, Director of Health Promotion and Disease Prevention at the Baltimore City Health Department. I am here on behalf of Mayor Brandon Scott and his administration in support of SB 378. Thank you again, Senator Hayes, for allowing the opportunity to sponsor this bill and for us to provide testimony. Today, you will hear testimonies from my colleagues and fellow co-laborers in the pursuit of a simple ability to limit tobacco access in Baltimore City and to continue to leverage state and local resources. And in our previous year, in 2016, Baltimore City had 1,600 tobacco retailers. And I want us to be clear, I'm saying 16 individual tobacco retailers. In 2020, Aspire, the leading researcher in tobacco enforcement policies, performed a study on Baltimore City. These were their results. We had 1,300 tobacco retailers, which was 66 more times than a Starbucks, 63 more times than a McDonald's. 87% of our public schools were located in 1,000 feet of those retailers. In comparison to other cities, we had 62% more tobacco retailers near schools than all the other 29 cities that were included in the study. In that same year, we issued 240 citations for unlawful distribution of tobacco and tobacco-related products to underage persons. Our partner, the Black Mental Health Alliance, who submitted written testimony, establishes the fact that even though they educate, they train our young people and provide resources to Baltimore City, about 70% of all the retailers from 2004 to 2020, 70% of those retailers were issued a citation from them. So when we look at it, that was 4,000 compliance checks that were done, where youth and young adults were able to purchase tobacco or other tobacco products. So you say, why is that important? Why do we care about that? So in speaking to a colleague recently, she asked me, what is the most challenging part of your job? And I said, here are the items that are more challenging for me. In a state where I am preempted, here are all of the things that I go through on a daily basis in my position. The multiple phone calls of concerned citizens, council persons, senators as yourselves, and delegates who request from me, why can't I stop a tobacco retailer from selling a loose cigarette? I simply state, I will submit an email to the state comptroller's office to investigate. However, I will send my staff out to educate and to let them know that that is not acceptable. Well, what about all of the reports I get for price gouging or out-of-state tobacco that comes into my city? I will have to send an email to the state comptroller's office for the 2 enforcement officers who cover Baltimore City in the state comptroller's office, who are also responsible for alcohol, firearms, and tobacco. What about the reports that I get when we established a 311 call center to address reporting when tobacco has been sold? Again, we have to submit that information to the state comptroller's office. What about the enormous amounts of complaints and emails and questions on why we cannot limit tobacco retailers in our neighborhoods? I then have to explain that the retailers are licensed through the state comptroller's office, and we really do not have a say on how many tobacco retailers are in our community. And so when I look back and say, what have I been able to do? I've been able to partner with community associations, the police department, our environmental health department, to leverage resources. We spend multiple amounts of hours educating. We don't want to overwhelm our local police department because it is not a criminal act. It is a civil citation that we have to educate on why it is unlawful to sell loose cigarettes, why it's unlawful for you not to check the ID of a young person, why it is essential for due to product placement of tobacco, why it's essential for us to check that. My staff spend enormous amounts of time talking to tobacco retailers who report that if they don't sell to youth and young adults, they vandalize their store and their personal property because we don't have the ability to even have conversations or cite for those particular things. So there doesn't set a precedence in our city for what are the standards. We continue to monitor retailers year after year who are double violators. And all they do is switch the license to a family member or to another business owner and continue to sell tobacco products to our youth and young adults.
Your time has expired.
I'm sorry, can I get this one last line, Senator Kelly?
Okay.
If Baltimore was not preempted by state law, what would it look like? We would continue to do connections. We would continue to increase our communication of store owners. We would limit our access to the tobacco, especially around our schools. And we would take the pressure off of our police department to not only educate and enforce public health and public safety through a grassroots effort. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony, and we humbly submit a favorable response to Senate Bill 378. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of this witness? All right, if not, we're going to Dr. Galio-Satas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Dr. Panikis Galio-Satos. I'm an assistant professor at the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine and a physician in pulmonary and critical care medicine. And I'm the director of Maryland's only tobacco treatment clinic that executes its strategy in a manner of a chronic care model. And lastly, I'm a Baltimore City person born and raised over in Highlandtown growing up. And I say this because one of the reasons I became a tobacco treatment specialist, dedicating my career to solely this vice, is because I witnessed way too many Baltimore City persons affected by tobacco, having their lives robbed, having families disrupted, having many people who could continue providing the city with so many benefits pass away. And as a physician, I can tell you my work day to day, managing patients with tobacco dependence, is 100% confounded by access to these products. These patients want to quit smoking, yes, but I can tell you, not race, not ethnicity, not gender, the hardest variable to break when I sit back and review the thousands of patients in our clinic, the one variable that continues to impact them from quitting successfully and becoming tobacco independent is access to these products in their community. These products are accessible in communities of high minority populations and those socioeconomically disadvantaged. At the same time, these communities are plagued by significant health disparities, worse cancer outcomes, worse heart disease outcomes, worse pulmonary outcomes, worse COVID-19 outcomes. And the one variable that transcends them all is tobacco use, a problem that's been plaguing us since the late 19th century and continues to plague Baltimore City citizens, resulting in more deaths than opioids and gun violence combined. So I, just like Ms. Green, am favorable in this because if there's can be anything that we can do to help our Baltimore City citizens not have access to tobacco products, allowing the clinical efforts by clinicians, doctors, nurses alike, and psychiatrists and psychologists to help our patients, this will result in a better Baltimore City, healthier, and I promise you those life expectancies with the health gaps that we see, we've done those calculations in our office. We can improve life expectancy by 10 years if we're able to get patients to quit smoking. You want to make Baltimore better? This is a low-hanging fruit. So I'm favorable, just like Ms. Kamala Green is towards this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the doctor?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a question. Doctor, there was testimony given on a previous bill, and there may be similar testimony provided as it relates to this bill. Do you have any idea the range of costs that are associated with treating someone who have a tobacco dependency?
Yeah, so just solely if you just want to come and get management for tobacco dependence, right? That's it, just let's focus on that. It could cost someone about $100 a month, seeing the physician, getting the medications. If you're dealing with tobacco's consequences of health effects, heart disease, hospitalizations, cancer outcomes, these patients could be spending anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 to help mitigate, to help manage their tobacco-related health consequences. Tobacco dependence in alone is not in a vacuum. It causes these dire health outcomes. COVID-19, I tell patients, wash your hands, physical distance, and face masks, and quit smoking. Otherwise, hospitalizations is on the brink for you. So tobacco dependence alone, about $100 a month management. It's not in a vacuum though, Senator Hayes. It causes all these health disparities that you see, which can be costly from about $5,000 to $10,000 a month on these patients.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going next to Brooke Torton.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Brooke Torton, and I am the Deputy Director of the Legal Resource Center for Public Health Policy at the University of Maryland School of Law. So today I'll first discuss the court decision, which has stripped local governments of their power and authority to regulate the sale, distribution, and packaging of tobacco products. Two, I'll address the implications. And third, I'll address the legislature's opportunity to act here. So first, SB 378 restores this authority to Baltimore City. This was authority that had forever, before 2013, it always had this authority. So we're not creating a new regulatory authority here. It always existed until 2013, when the court decision Altatus issued and it removed that authority. So in that case, the court struck down a Prince George's County ordinance for requiring cigars to be sold in packages of at least 5. And what it said was that the legislature intended to preempt locals by occupying the field with respect to this subject. And in the court's opinion, it focused extensively on the fact that it passed a licensing scheme for other tobacco products that passed in 2011. The language is very clear that the court focused extensively on this, but I want to just note, the oral argument in this case took place in 2010 before the court. 2011 is actually when the scheme passed, and then the court wrote and issued its decision in 2013. So second, the implications of this case. Baltimore City hasn't been able to enact new laws, but they haven't been able to enforce certain laws that have been on their books since, in some circumstances since the 90s. Before this case, Baltimore City and the other jurisdictions had this authority. And so third, briefly, I just want to address the legislature's role. We are a home rule state. Our state constitution specifically grants locals the ability to pass laws. The legislature has the opportunity to say whether the court correctly interpreted their intention or not. And so by passing this law, we're not overturning precedent. You're not, stepping on the court's toes. You're just clarifying this body's true intent after the court did its best job to guess what they thought it meant. And so I thank you for your attention to this matter. I welcome any questions.
Are there any questions? Well, you certainly raised an issue that hadn't been lifted up before today, so that's important. Okay, we're next going to Brooke. Oh, you were Brooke Torton. Okay, we're going to Bruce Mariano, who's unfavorable.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and members of the Senate Finance Committee in opposition to this legislation. You've heard my testimony on Senator Kramer's bill, but I want to take this opportunity to really clarify a very gross misunderstanding of the Court of Appeals. It was not Court of Special Appeals, a decision in the Altria case. I was integrally involved in that case and were part of the group that developed it and got it done. That court opinion has nothing to do with the enforcement of tobacco laws. Nothing. It dealt with the sale, it dealt with the taxation, and it dealt with the other statewide laws dealing with the product, but not at all striking down or dealing with or even talking about the enforcement. I love Baltimore City. Baltimore City officers have full authority to enforce state laws. The state law is there can't be any loosies. Can't be any loosies. Locals can enforce that. That court opinion has nothing to do with that and did not take that away from Baltimore City. But it's not being enforced for whatever reasons. It's not being enforced at all. This committee, I say this most respectfully, I really mean it. This committee, when it passed the increase in the age to age 21, it took out the state law giving enforcement to people buying over the age. I beg this committee, and I'm going to go back to my files and I will send it out to the committee members to leave that in there. But the advocate said, no, we can't enforce it. Therefore, we're taking it out. So when you went from 18 to 21, you took out enforcement, which I was urging this committee to leave in there.
Some questions came up.
And so I just want to say in final that the enforcement of this law, the laws of the state of Maryland are untouched by that court decision, and localities can enforce state laws as to the use and possession of tobacco by minors. In that sense, really respectfully, these bills are not needed in that regard. But they will, as I indicated, be used indirectly to suppress the sale of the product by other means,
Time is up.
et cetera, and that'll affect things. Thank you very much. Be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
I have a question.
Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a great admiration for Bruce Bariano, but I only have one question for him isn't everything that you just testified to completely untrue? It's completely false, right? If that we had the health department, police department, everyone has testified that the problem that they're having in enforcing these laws is that they cannot. They've tried. They've attempted to, and the courts have stricken it. And so my only question for you today is, isn't everything that you just testified false to this committee?
Very, very respectfully, Senator, it is not. I would never lie to this committee or any other committee. I was so integrally involved in that court case. That court case had nothing to do with the enforcement of laws.
Okay, are we moving to Matthew Boley?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matthew Boley of Rifkin Wiener Livingston, here on behalf of the Premium Cigar Retailers Association of in opposition to SB 378 for the same reasons that we oppose SB 410. Out of respect for the committee's time, I will not repeat my testimony, but with your permission, I would like to turn it over to who I believe is the next witness, Steve Castro of Cigars, for how these bills will impact his business.
Mr. Castro.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Steve Castro. I'm a graduate of the United States Naval Academy. I'm a combat veteran, and I'm co-owner of Davidoff Cigars. My brother and I started Davidoff Cigars in 1996 and have worked very hard to build our small business. We started with one store and one employee and have grown to 12 stores and over 65 employees all throughout the state of Maryland, only in the state of Maryland, in over half a dozen counties in the state of Maryland, including Baltimore City. We have taken many risks to build our small company. Our employees count on us to get a paycheck every 2 weeks. We offer health insurance to our full-time employees at no cost. We contribute to an employee retirement fund every year. We're a company that has a good and honest reputation. We pay our bills on time, we pay our taxes, we take care of our employees, and we provide the products our adult customers want at a fair price: premium cigars and pipe tobacco. If Senate Bill 378 goes into effect, it would make it virtually impossible for me to do business in Baltimore City. With stores across the state, it would make it difficult to comply with very different and overlapping sets of rules and regulations. We saw this happen during the COVID virus shutdown when the various counties and bordering states had different rules. In the beginning, when all my stores in Maryland were completely closed to customers for almost 3 months, including curbside, the state of Virginia never closed their premium cigar stores. Old Virginia Tobacco, who has 7 stores throughout Northern Virginia and I'm friends with, said they have never had so many Maryland license plates in their parking lot. Their sales were up over 30% while mine were non-existent. When we finally were allowed to open up, Montgomery County decided they would not allow smoking in premium cigar stores. Our lounges were completely closed down and are still closed today. Those customers went to stores in neighboring counties throughout Maryland and even went back to Virginia. They went to use the lounges in our Frederick stores in Howard County, and we even saw Montgomery County residents in Carroll County. This is just one example, but it shows people will travel to other counties and out of state if there is something they want. We saw it happen, and it's still happening today. If this bill goes into effect, it will create different rules for different counties and will badly hurt my company and the over 30 premium cigar stores throughout the state of Maryland. I urge the committee not to take control away from the state, and please vote no on Senate Bill 378. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Are there any questions of this witness? All right, well, that ends.
Madam Chair, I had a question of the witness. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Castro, really quickly, you testified that you had stores in Baltimore City.
Yes, sir.
And how many stores in what neighborhoods?
I have one store, and it's in the Little Italy area, right on Bank Street. Near,
Right, and
yes.
I got you. I think the chair is growing impatient with me, so I'm gonna try to talk as fast and ask these questions as quick as possible. So wouldn't you say that the clientele that your stores attract are, have a little bit more disposable income than the greater population of Baltimore City?
Very much so. We do see a pretty diverse clientele, but you're right. Premium cigar starts at $8 a cigar. So we are not going to get, people who can't afford that. So that's our average price of a cigar is $8. And the average premium cigar smoker smokes their first cigar at age 30. So yeah, they are going to have the means to travel, and they are going to have the money to travel. That's correct.
Right. So by your own admission, given the market that you're in, there's already limitations without any extra laws of enforcement or whatever being passed. And I would just urge you to consider that, this would be a local issue to Baltimore City. I understand your concerns, but I think the mayor and city council of Baltimore are very capable at working with local business office owners to solve those issues. Thank you so very much.
That's great to hear.
All right, thank you. And that ends the testimony on that bill. We're going next to Senator Washington, Senate Bill 473. And while I see 3 unfavorables and 7 favorables, only the senator will be testifying orally. All of the other testimony is written. So remember to watch your folders and be sure you look at all of the additional testimony. This is labor and employment, leave with pay, bereavement leave. Senator Washington, you're on.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Chairman. It's good to see you all again. For the record, Senator Mary Washington, 43rd Legislative District. I'm here to ask for your favorable report on SB 473. You did hear this a version of this bill last year. So again, that's why we're making this just a sponsor only and just providing written testimony. One of the main or the initial sticking point seemed to be the inclusion of pets in the definition of family. So the House amended out of the bill and the bill was passed on the House floor last year. It got headed this way and we didn't get a chance to vote on it. So SB 473 is amended to look like the House version of last year. So I think it's really fair to say that the state of Maryland has done a lot, and we've had these discussions about establishing definitions for types of leave. Our current statute does allow for leave for personal illness and to take care of a family member, but nowhere in the current statute is it codified that bereavement is a qualified leave category. Now, given the last year of COVID-19 and the rampant death and not only caring of a sick loved one, but needing to take time to grieve their passing has become significantly poignant. And I think this legislation is of great importance now. So what SB 473 does is that it simply expands the Maryland Flexible Family Leave Act by authorizing employees of certain employers to use earned paid leave for bereavement leave. It only allows employees to take time off. Now it allows employees to take time off for family members. So you can take time off to take care of somebody who's sick, but you cannot take time off to address their needs, the needs of your family after they pass. We codify bereavement. It does not mandate leave. It does not extend leave. It does not add leave. It simply recognizes leave as a permissible form of leave. Why is it important? I mentioned this last year that research by NIH, the American Psychiatric and Psychological Association, recognizes that when an individual experiences a loss of a loved one, they undergo different levels of trauma. You just heard a panel about trauma that's associated with the loss. And without proper time for acclimation, individuals experience damage to their mental health and their long-term negative impacts. These negative impacts affect productivity, even if we're not considering this for the human reason, for that it's the right thing to do. It absolutely affects a person's ability to work. The effects of trauma leads to substance abuse, depression, anxiety, sleep disorders. Bereavement leave is just another form of leave. It provides needed time to recover from the incidents of life that would otherwise impede a person's ability to fully perform their employment duties. Again, one more time, it does not impede or distract from the Maryland Sick and Safe Leave or Time to Care Act. I ask for, again, mourning a loss is really important. I ask for you to please, I ask for a favorable report for this bill. Facebook, MasterCard, a number of large companies are starting to recognize this. So again, given that we're in a global pandemic where individuals are not even able to say goodbye to individuals in person, this legislation, again, is needed more than ever. So I urge your favorable report on SB 473. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, which is very enlightening.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going next to Senator Rosapep.
Here I am.
Okay, Senate Bill 357. And you have one other oral witness. The other witnesses are written, and so Stephanie Anderson will have 5 minutes.
Great, although I would encourage her to be brief. I appreciate the support of all the witnesses, both orally and on paper, but this committee is familiar with this issue. I introduced the bill last year. Basically what it does is it sets up a joint committee on workforce policy. The way we have joint committees on unemployment compensation, we have joint committees on the Chesapeake Bay, we have joint committees on children and youth. And the purpose of those, and probably most members, if not all members of the committee, serve on one of those or have served on one of them, is they're an opportunity generally in the interim, but on an ongoing basis to keep a focus on longer term policy issues in the area and identify problems that need to be solved through legislation at a future session. We don't have anything like that dealing with workforce. And workforce, as everyone in this committee knows, because you deal with the legislation so much, is obviously one of the pillars of both economic growth and equity in the state. Getting the right people, the right jobs at the right pay to do the right job, do the right work is important for business, it's important for families, it's important for communities. The executive branch has the Governor's Workforce Investment Board, which is sort of the integrating, coordinating, longer term policy group in the executive branch. We just don't have one in the legislative branch, and that's the purpose of this bill, is to set up that sort of joint committee. The details are in the fiscal note. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the sponsor?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, Jim, look, I think it's a good idea. I guess the question, we don't have any indication that either of the two presiding officers are supportive of this effort. Do you have anything that can be communicated to the committee if we were to move on this, that the presiding officers agree with you that we could use a joint committee?
Will do.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and next we have
Senator Klausmeier, I think.
Yes. And,
Yes,
and
Senator-
I want to follow up with what Vice Chair Feldman said. I am on 3 different oversight committees, and I think you better square it away with the House, because we aren't allowed to have meetings anymore, from what I understand. So check that out. And I don't know who your cross file is, but find out. And because it's no sense of having an oversight committee if you can't meet. So, thank you.
Senator, thank you. No, I agree with you 100%. I'm familiar with that issue. I am pursuing it with the presiding officers, and
okay,
as all of you, I'm not going to give up on this. We'll get this worked out one way or
yeah,
another.
well, I didn't want to give up on mine either, but
I know, I understand. You don't give up. I know you, Senator Klausmeier.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks
And
very
next, we're going to hear from Stephanie Anderson, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Stephanie Anderson, and I'm here representing the Maryland Workforce Alliance. The Maryland Workforce Alliance is a coalition of 35 trade associations, labor unions, and apprenticeship providers that have come together to support common sense workforce legislation. The Maryland Workforce Alliance unites trade associations, unions, and nonprofits to promote a world-class workforce in Maryland. By helping to bridge the skills gap and addressing critical employment shortages in key fields, the Maryland Workforce Alliance works to forge pathways that connect employers, apprenticeship sponsors, and job seekers. The Alliance works for the creation of jobs in markets that are experiencing labor shortages through career and technical education in public schools, certificate programs in community colleges, youth apprenticeship programs, and registered apprenticeship programs. The Alliance strongly supports Senate Bill 357, sponsored by Jim Rosapep, because it will foster legislative oversight dealing with workforce development, including career and technical education, youth apprenticeships, and registered apprenticeships. Workforce development falls under the oversight of several legislative standing committees, and it would be beneficial to have a single joint committee to exercise legislative oversight. The joint committee is necessary for advancing increased coordination of workforce development planning and policymaking. Workforce development involves multiple sectors of the economy, including business, education, and healthcare, just to name a few. Rather than go through multiple committees representing a few sectors at a time, it makes sense to have a single committee overseeing workforce development. For these reasons, I respectfully request the committee to issue a favorable report on Senate Bill 357.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, thank you very much. And
thank you.
The oral testimony on Senate Bill 357. Okay.
Madam Chair, I think your bill's next up.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Chair, we're going to turn to Senate Bill 385. And Chair Kelly, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. The current pandemic is highlighting a long-standing and increasing problem of many personal care aides who are being misclassified, in some cases intentionally and in other cases unintentionally, as independent contractors by the agencies which recruit them, control their work assignments, their duties, hours, and net pay. Such independent contractors also collect fees owed from either the client who is served or from the client's insurer. Yet many companies or business owners classify the workers whom they send into the homes of ill or disabled clients as, quote, independent contractors, not as employees of the business owner or agency, which controls every aspect of the worker's employment. Senate Bill 384 is here not to punish, but to educate such misguided agency heads or employers so they are clear about specifications and legal requirements for properly classifying their home care workers. The bill's reporting requirements regarding workers' pay rate and classification as employee or independent contractor simply applies only to Medicaid-funded home care, not to the rest of Maryland's home care market. This limited reporting requirement is consistent with Maryland's existing policy that businesses receiving state funds should be transparent in using those funds. Senate Bill 384 requires agencies involved in personal home care simply to read and to sign the guidance document, which they will receive once every 3 years when they are applying for renewal of licensure from the Maryland Department of Health. Also, the bill clarifies that the only new requirement applies only to Medicaid-funded home care, not to home care funded from any other sources. There are no enforcement provisions in Senate Bill 384. If the department finds continuing problems of personal care misclassification, once the bill's requirements are in place, we can decide at that time how to further address the misclassification problem residential care agencies. The bill does permit the department to not renew the license of any residential service agency that persists in misclassifying its workers. The bill requires agencies to read and to sign the guidance document only once every 3 years when applying for renewal of license from the Maryland Department of Health, rather than every year. This bill requires reporting of the worker's employment classification, i.e. employee or independent contractor, and the pay rate. There are no enforcement provisions in the bill, the purpose of which is to help state agencies work together to end misclassification by residential service agencies. Given the current pandemic, we need more personal care workers to care for homebound or disabled and elderly residents. Misclassification of home care workers is both a race equity issue and a gender equity issue. As such, a very high percentage of these workers in Maryland are Black women and other women of color. When they're misclassified, it can cause financial disaster for them and their families if they're injured. So it is much harder for a misclassified worker to get workers' compensation. I therefore urge a favorable report of Senate Bill 384. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Benson, you have a question for Chair Kelly? You got to unmute yourself, Senator Benson. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Senator Kelly, Madam Chair, this is a tremendous problem. It really is. I'm just wondering why it is that we have left out of the bill some penalties for these people who, after you go through the rules and regulations, you do the overview, you sit down with these people, and then somehow they don't follow through on what they're being told. They know what the expectations are. Why is it that we don't put some penalties in place for these people who violate?
Well, we believe in moving slowly, carefully, and progressively. Some of them actually are ignorant. Others are not. So we're starting from where we are to a period of education where they'll get the guidance once every 3 years so they understand the differences as they come up for relicensure. And at that point in time, then we can see after a couple of cycles if we need to do more.
But what happens when you look and 3 years later, you still have the same problem? They don't stop, they just continue because they know that there are no penalties.
Well, the thing is right now, they don't get regular guidance and we're trying to have guidance, and on the 3-year cycle as they are applying for relicensure. If we see that that isn't sufficient, we don't want to assume. I think most people want to do right. And if we see the state now is giving them specific guidance on this issue as they apply for relicensure, and they've decided that they understand now. They're no longer confused. I think that should count for something. If that turns out not to be sufficient, then we can take the next step.
And what would the next step be?
Well, at that point, we'd come back for a bill to do something more, something more punitive.
If something happens within just let me ask this way. If something happens within the 3-year period before, and complaints after complaints after complaints are launched against this facility, and the people are complaining, can you at that point in time take the license back? Is there any?
The bill doesn't deal with that, but literally, you aren't getting that many complaints because many members of the public who need the service and their families aren't even aware of the differences themselves. But we see from issues that come to us as legislators, and you do, I do, that some people truly might be trying to avoid the truth, but many are simply ignorant of the difference. Don't give them clear guidance. And at a time when they are having to sign that they understand this and they are applying for relicensure, then perhaps it's our fault. So we thought rather than to come with a big stick, we would start with education at the time they are applying for relicensure, give them guidance, they have to sign, they understand the differences between an independent contractor whose working conditions they don't control at all, and a person who really they control all of the working conditions for.
Thank you. Thank you.
Additional questions for Chair Kelly before we move to her panel? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to your designated number one witness, David Rodwin. And Mr. Rodwin, let me see if I can find you on the screen here. Yep, I got you. Okay, you've got, because you've been designated by the chair, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is David Rodwin. I'm an attorney at the Public Justice Center, where I focus on issues faced by Maryland's home care workers. I'm also the vice chair of the board of the Maryland Regional Direct Services Collaborative, which brings people and organizations together to build a direct care workforce to meet our state's growing need for it. I'd like to really thank Chair Kelly for really championing this bill, which would improve the lives of thousands of Maryland's personal care aides, as well as the many Marylanders who rely on them. To provide just a bit of legal background, there are 2 classifications of workers: employees and independent contractors. And as Chair Kelly explained, the basic difference is that independent contractors are in business for themselves, while employees work for a business. The practical differences are serious because independent contractors must pay their own Social Security and Medicare taxes, aren't covered by workers' comp or unemployment insurance, and do not get overtime pay or benefits like health insurance. Misclassification occurs when a worker who's really an employee is wrongly classified as an independent contractor. It hurts personal care aides, who again are in this state mostly Black women, because they lose social safety net protections and face higher taxes, which is especially hard when you're making about $12 an hour. And it hurts the people who rely on personal care aides because it increases turnover. Because of these harms, the country's leading home care trade association, the Home Care Association of America, which has chapters in 16 states, including Virginia, actually requires its members to classify their caregivers as employees rather than independent contractors. And their policy explaining that position is attached to the Public Justice Center's written testimony. This bill takes a pretty light approach towards encouraging residential service agencies, which is what our health code calls home care agencies, to properly classify their personal care aides. All the enforcement provisions that were in last year's version of the bill have been removed, which was a very big sort of out of the gate compromise that also reduced the fiscal note to $0. Now the bill has just 2 simple parts: guidance and reporting. The guidance part is that the Office of the Attorney General, which supports the bill, will produce a short, plain language document explaining how Maryland's existing definitions of employee and independent contractor apply to this industry in particular, and then provide it to residential service agencies. It's a way of getting accurate information to business owners, some of whom rely on word of mouth when setting up their business practices. The document isn't produced until December 2021, and the Office of the Attorney General takes the lead on it, so it won't interfere in any way with MDH's COVID-19 response. The reporting part is that for Medicaid-funded work only, which is a little over half of the home care provided in Maryland, home care agencies report to MDH 2 bits of information: workers' pay rates and whether they're classified as employees or independent contractors. Maryland already has a policy that businesses receiving state money should use it transparently. Our prevailing wage law requires state contractors to submit payroll reports every 2 weeks, showing the actual pay of every worker under the contract. The reporting provisions in this bill are much narrower than that. All the RSA has to do is report workers' classification and wage rate once, and then it'll be in the system that MDH already uses to track Medicaid-funded care. It's not burdensome for either the business or MDH because it's a one-time thing that there's already a system set up for to do because MDH already tracks Medicaid-funded care. And this just adds 2 additional boxes to that system that you fill in just once. This reporting is important because some home care agencies, not all, but some, won't properly classify their personal care aides unless they feel like someone is watching. A little sunlight can go a long way towards improving this industry, and Maryland should want to know how these workers, who again are mostly Black women, are being treated as a matter of racial equity, gender equity, and just good government. Finally, I'll note that there's testimony supporting this bill from worker groups, consumer groups, home care business owners, the Office of the Attorney General, and others. And the Public Justice Center asks for a favorable report. There was a worker who was going to be here to testify today, a home care worker who's done the work for 30 years named Denise Vaughn. Unfortunately, she has a migraine and is not able to participate. She apologizes to the committee. Unfortunately, she's better than today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rodwin, for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Rodwin? We've got Senator Bidle. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And Mr. Arman, I just have a couple of questions. I have a little bit of experience with home care workers because we care for my dad at home. So I understand the worker that's there like for 8 hours at a time that comes every day at certain times. But how about like the physical therapist that maybe comes once or twice a week, or the speech pathologist? Are they in this classification or are they independent contractors?
Yeah, it's a great question. This bill in particular only applies to personal care aides. And so it wouldn't cover other types of care providers ranging from physical therapists all the way to nurses. It gets a little bit more complicated the higher skill you get in terms of the worker category, because one of the factors that you look to when examining whether the worker is properly an independent contractor or an employee is how much skill goes into the work. So it's sort of on a spectrum in that sense, but if they're truly in business for themselves, controlling their schedule, maybe paid by the visit and not by the hour, then they're more likely to be an independent contractor. But if they're paid by the hour and their working conditions are being controlled by the agency, then they're more likely to be an employee.
Mr. Rodwin, I did have a question on this because I actually have some background in this issue area. So at the one hand, we talk about the ABC test that's typically used in Maryland, and yet at the federal level, IRS, there's a whole different body of law. And so I'm trying to figure out, in terms of any confusion, if we have guidance coming with a particular category of worker, that's at odds. I mean, would you anticipate that the guidance that you're contemplating under the bill would take into account any of the IRS criteria? I guess what I always get concerned a little bit is, you could be audited by the IRS and be one conclusion. This has actually happened in this space, as I recall. And then you get a completely different determination by the state folks as to the classification. And that creates potentially a little confusion in the industry. And now you're talking about guidance that may or may not depart from the ABC test a bit. I'm not sure. I just want to put that out there for sort of.
Yeah. So you're exactly right that different statutes have different definitions of employee and independent contractor. And it frankly does cause confusion for workers, employers. That's one of the things that this guidance document would seek to clarify. In the case of the IRS test, the definition of employee there, because the purpose of the tax code is just who pays what taxes to the government, it's a little bit more permissive, I'd say, in terms of who's an independent contractor. But worker protection laws, like wage laws, workers' compensation, unemployment, they're designed to be sort of remedial statutes that protect workers more. And so they are more likely to define the worker to be an employee and not an independent contractor, a covered employee. Where people get confused sometimes is they think, oh, well, I looked at the factors for the IRS test and I'm safe because under those factors, this worker is an independent contractor. But the thing is, that might not be true when it comes to obligations to pay workers' comp, overtime,
in fact, that's the exact scenario I'm concerned about sometimes is the IRS could audit the business and say, you're clean. These are all independent contractors, no obligations for unemployment insurance and Social Security. And then they go ahead and yet for Maryland purposes, they're going to be classified as employees and they can be on the hook for all kinds of back taxes. So, to that point. So I think I interrupted you. You were interested.
Oh yeah, no, I was just, and that's part of the reason why this guidance document I think is important, because it can explain that for different statutes, workers can be sort of considered classified differently. And sort of explaining that, because it's not intuitive. I think some people think, reasonably maybe, that if you're an independent contractor, you're an independent contractor for all purposes. But it's not actually even just Maryland that defines it differently. The federal Fair Labor Standards Act, the minimum wage and overtime law, has the same definitions as Maryland's wage laws, more employee friendly. So, you could, for under one federal law, be considered an independent contractor, but under another, be considered an employee. And it does get confusing. And that's why, we want to explain it to this industry, because there's so much confusion in this industry in particular.
Gotcha.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I could just butt in, that's one reason we didn't want to start off being punitive. We want to start off being educational.
Gotcha.
To this particular industry.
Okay, that makes sense, Madam Chair. Any additional questions for Mr. Rodwin before we move to the next witness? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you, Mr. Rodwin. We're going to go to Alex Berezin, who is here from Complete Home Care. Mr. Berezin, I see you. You've got 2.5 minutes. You've signed up favorable.
Yes. Good afternoon, members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Alex Berezin. I am CEO of Complete Home Care. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. As a residential services agency, our goal is to take care of the client with the most comprehensive services and the most compassionate care. At least a lot of agencies advertise that. But in order to take care of our clients, we need to take care of our staff. The majority of the home care staff are unfortunately not educated enough in the realm of employee contractor classification. And therefore, they accept whatever financial enticement an agency may offer them to sign them up as a staff member. Ultimately, this provides no benefit, but rather major downsides and major risks to the staff member. I know it may seem a little unusual for a home care agency advocating for the staff member, but I think it all starts from the top. Agencies tend to misclassify to avoid paying workers' compensation, taxes, unemployment insurance, overtime pay, as well as certain general and professional liability insurances, because that sometimes goes off of your payroll number. Especially in a time like this, with this pandemic, where many people are out of work, those benefits and protections are crucial to these individuals and to the skill level that these individuals come with. Medicaid is a state-funded program. It's a privilege for business owners like us to work with Medicaid and to be participating and getting paid and reimbursed for services through Medicaid. Why should only some be compliant and others not? When residential services agencies compete for workers solely on what tax-free wage rate they advertise, it leads caregivers jumping from agency to agency, which kind of skews the industry due to lack of understanding in the area of classification or misclassification. Most states already have requirements in place to avoid the misclassification dilemma. We need to take care of our staff, be compliant, and in turn allow them to take care of the vulnerable population that we serve. And I've been involved in many healthcare businesses, and as I mentioned, it starts from the top. That's always how it works. If you take care of your staff, they do take care of the client. Requiring that RSAs report from Medicaid-funded work, workers' classifications, and pay rates, it's not burdensome and would not put RSAs at any competitive disadvantage, but it would help encourage RSAs to do the right thing. And I support Senate Bill 384, and I ask you to also support it. And I thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none, as was mentioned earlier, the next signed up witness, Denise Vaughn, is under the weather today, so she will not be here. Next witness would be Tammy Bresnahan from AARP. Tammy, you've got two.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam, and Chairman Kelly, Vice Chairman Feldman. Sorry about that. I am here in support of Senate Bill 384 on behalf of AARP's 870,000 members. In-home care is a very important part of the long-term care and services and supports spectrum. And personal care workers who work for Maryland residential service agencies provide the bulk of a lot of that long-term care. These paraprofessional workers hold a variety of job titles, including personal care, assistants, home care aides, home health aides, certified nursing assistants. And some of the things that they do, just to answer Senator Vidal's question, assisting with personal care activities such as bathing, dressing, toileting, transferring, and eating, providing comfort, companionship, observing and reporting changes in the client's conditions, preparing meals and housekeeping, providing oversight for people with cognitive and mental impairment, and administering medications and measuring vital signs. So these folks do it at a very, very important part of the long-term care spectrum. And when we hear that the majority of our members want to age in place, to a large extent, the challenges facing personal care workers is that, like Senator Kelly said, they're marginalized employees, including Black women, other people of color, and/or immigrants who face significant obstacles in education and employment and understanding labor law. And so we've worked very closely with David Rodwin and the collaborative over the last couple of years, making sure that people that come into people's homes and actually provide these services are well informed, that they're happy with their jobs, so that they take care of the clients that are, that they are supposed to. So for these reasons, we very much respectfully ask the committee for a favorable report on Senate Bill 384, and we thank Senator Kelly for putting this bill in.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Bresnahan? Okay, seeing none, we're going to now go to two final witnesses are both signed up favorable with amendments. First witness is Mark Bain. Dr. Bain, I see you there, and you've got 2.5 minutes, and you again signed up favorable with an amendment or amendments.
I did. Well, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Senate Committee. My name is Dr. Mark Bain. I'm the co-owner of Comprehensive Nursing Services. We are a licensed and accredited residential service agency. We've been providing home care services for over 33 years in the state of Maryland for fragile technology-dependent patients. This misclassification really, I'm going to testify, affects 4 different categories. One is the patients and the clients themselves don't necessarily know that these folks are independent contractors. It means that they could be subject to some problems with workman's comp if the nurse or aide would hurt themselves in their home. And then they're not sure whether they have any medical malpractice insurance as well. So if damage should occur, the client themselves is at jeopardy of being at harm. Secondly, to the individual caregiver themselves, I personally, over the years, have had an influx of caregivers come to me around tax time that are in tax trouble, and they come to an agency like ours that withholds taxes, and then we're taking part of their paychecks away because the IRS is withholding monies because they're in tax trouble. Thirdly, agencies like ourselves that have been categorized these people as W-2 employees are obviously subject to paying their FICA, their federal and state unemployment. We pay their medical malpractice, their workman's compensation. They get overtime with us and healthcare if they qualify. All these other agencies are not subject to all this overhead. Lastly, I'd like to say that the state of Maryland is losing out on this. My agency paid over $10,000 just last year in Maryland state unemployment tax, and these other agencies are being subject to that as well. And these employees that may lose a job because for whatever reason, and they do not have additional work, that go to collect unemployment and have not been paid into the unemployment system, cannot collect it. So thank you for letting me testify. I've been doing this for some time with also with Senator Klossmeyer, and my amendment is very easy. The same issues occur not only with our caregivers as nursing assistants or aides, but LPNs and RNs are certainly under the same category as these folks. They're hourly employees controlled by the agency, and everything that I mentioned is subject to the RNs and LPNs as well. Thank you for letting me testify today.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bain. Any questions for the witness, Dr. Mark Bain? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to the final witness on this bill. And we've got Dana Kaufman, who has also signed up favorable with amendment. And Dana, you've got 2.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair Kelly, Vice Chair Feldman, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dana Kaufman. I'm here today on behalf of the Maryland National Capital Home Care Association. MNCA's members represent home health agencies, residential service agencies, as well as durable medical equipment. The members of MNCA, as it relates to residential service agencies, do use both the employment structure as well as independent contractors. And they are in support of the guidance document development. As you have heard, the guidance around independent contractors can be very confusing between the state's ABC test and the IRS test. So we do believe that the guidance document will help to educate RSAs to ensure that they are classifying their employees or independent contractors correctly. One of the amendments that we do have, though, is, I believe, more technical in nature. The bill states that it needs to be certified. So after the development of the guidance document, each RSA has to certify that they are in compliance with the state's labor laws. And we think that that is very important, because it's one thing to be given a document. It's another thing that you have to certify that you've read it and you understand it and that you are in compliance. So we do think that that is an enforcement piece that is very important in this bill. But the bill reads that it is upon initial licensure or on renewal. But back in 2018, you passed legislation to have ongoing licenses. So we have no renewal documents. When we did renew, it was every 3 years. So our amendment would say that every 3 years, you have to recertify on a form provided by the Commission of Labor or the Commissioner of Labor. So we think that that is more of a technical. We do have a concern regarding the reporting requirement, and we don't support that. We would like that stricken from the bill. But we do, again, support the approach being taken, that education first. I do think it's important to acknowledge, though, the issues that Senator Benson raised. There are enforcement actions. It might not be specific in this bill, since this bill is developing the guidance document, but if it is determined that a RSA or any other employer is misclassifying their employees, there is already existing penalties within Maryland and of course with the IRS for penalties and actions that will be taken against that employer. So please note that it's not that nothing occurs, it's just not attached to this bill and the guidance document. So with that, I would urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Dana, can I just ask you, so when I'm not quite sure I understand when you say you're a certification document certifying that you're employed, what are you certifying to? I mean, if you know, there may be a fact pattern, you may absolutely believe you're in compliance with labor laws, but it might be somehow in the gray zone, even based on this guidance document. What are you certifying to? And that if you're wrong, what are you subject to penalty-wise beyond the normal penalties that would be associated with misclassification? I'm not quite sure I follow.
Well, the way that the bill was drafted is it requires the guidance document to be given annually by the Commission of Labor. And then the person who is in charge of payroll, I believe, I don't have the bill right in front of me, has to certify that they, sign the document or sign a form saying that they are in compliance with the state's labor laws. So I think you've raised a good point though, and it was one that, I am not an employment attorney. So
No, I understand, but we already have a body of law that if you're not in compliance with the labor laws, you're subject to what you just mentioned, penalties. So I'm not sure what the addition of this proclaiming, are you signing it under some kind of enhanced penalty? I mean, I'm not sure.
I don't think that it had an enhanced penalty. The way I had viewed it, it was more that you have read the guidance document.
Oh, okay. Well, that's different, but that's different. I certify I read the document versus I certify that I'm in compliance with Maryland state labor law. I mean, that's like a different kind of certification.
Right, but you raised actually a very good point, Vice Chair Feldman, and I think it's important to go back and actually look at the wording of the legislation, because the way I looked at it, it was more with regards to the compliance document, but I think the language is broader. So I think that is something.
Okay, well, we don't have to, we'll obviously we'll take a look at all that. Okay, any questions for Ms. Kaufman? Okay, seeing none, Madam Chair, that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 384. I'll send it back to you. Next bill.
Thank you. All right, we're going next to Senate Bill 204, Senator Battle. Healthcare facilities, assisted living programs, memory care, and Alzheimer's disease unit regulation. And Senator Battle, your chief proponent is Eileen Bennett, who will have 5 minutes. Other proponents will have the 2.5. Start with Senator Battle.
Thank you, Chair Kelly and Vice Chair Feldman and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Senator Pam Battle representing District 32. Thank you for the opportunity to present Senate Bill 204, Healthcare Facilities, Assisted Living Programs, Memory Care, and Alzheimer's Disease Unit Regulations. Dementia and Alzheimer's disease affects 5.7 million Americans, 1 every 65 seconds. 1 in 10 people over the age of 65 are affected. The most common type of dementia is Alzheimer's disease, also known as AD. You may also hear it referred to as ADRD, Alzheimer's disease and related disorders. There are approximately 1,700 assisted living facilities in Maryland, with 88 of them having designated memory care units. The memory care units are almost exclusively in the larger facilities. Significant additional fees are charged for these units, and families placing their loved ones in these special care units should be assured that they receive the appropriate care needed for dementia disease. One thing of importance to note is that the state government article, section 10130 through 10139, requires that all regulations in Maryland must be reviewed every 8 years. The regulations for memory care units are included in the assisted living regulations. The current assisted living regulations were last adopted or updated in 2008 by the Office of Healthcare Quality, OHCQ. The OHCQ began working on the updated regulations in 2015 and released a draft to advocates and industries for review. After reviewing the many comments, OHCQ proposed another draft in 2016. This is 2021, and this process has not been completed. It has been 12 years since the regulations were updated. We are 4 years behind. Senate Bill 2004 is an attempt to have memory care special units regulations updated. The regulations proposed in the bill are not nearly as demanding or extensive as the proposed regulations that are sitting on the shelf. You will hear from industry that they cannot handle any new proposed regulation because they are dealing with COVID and vaccines. However, the proposed regulations are the basic services that a family should expect. The only opposition to this bill is from two associations that represent the industry. Some states have added special care units in their legislation: North Carolina, North Dakota, Georgia, and Minnesota. Senate Bill 2004 simply asks for the regulation to be updated. Senate Bill 204 lays out 5 requirements for assisted living facilities that advertise as memory care units. Please remember, this is not for all assisted livings, only for those that say they are memory care units. Requires staff training requirements for staff that work with dementia patients, staffing pattern requirements adequate to meet waking and non-waking hours, appropriate frequency and type of activities for residents, which is so important now with the COVID isolation issues, procedures for nighttime monitoring, and admission and discharge criteria. Over the interim, I served on the Oversight Committee for Nursing Homes and Assisted Living Facilities and on the Legislative Subcommittee. This legislation was supported by the Legislative Subcommittee. However, the bill was never presented to the full committee for a vote. Senate Bill 204 would not be necessary. I'm losing my document here. Senate Bill 204 would not be necessary. I'm sorry, I'm having an issue with my document. There we go. Would not be necessary if the Office of Healthcare Quality can complete the regulations offered in 2015 and 2016. These are very complete regulations, and while it's good to bring stakeholders to the table, in this instance, the industry has stopped progress. I've heard that Dr. Patricia Ney from the Office of Healthcare Quality could have these regulations completed by December 31st, 2022, but I've not been able to confirm this directly with Dr. Ney. If the entire package of assisted living regulations can be completed by December 31, 2022, that would be acceptable. If not, we need the work to start this year, starting by the effective date on the proposed legislation of October 1st, 2021, and to be completed by December 31st, 2022. Families deserve to have the memory care special unit regulations updated. You will hear some very compelling testimonies today from AARP, the Office of Legal Aid, and a representative of the Office of the Long-Term Care Ombudsman's Office. Stevan Ellis, the state ombudsman, could not be with us today, but she is very represented by the very capable Eileen Bennett, my lead witness. Thank you for your consideration of Senate Bill 204, and I urge the committee to give this bill a favorable report.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the sponsor? Okay, sounds like very important work. Okay, we're going now to your first witness, and that's Eileen Bennett. Senator Bennett.
Hoping I'm heard.
Excuse me, I didn't see Senator Benson's hand.
Sorry.
Unmute yourself, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony. Senator, I'm just sorry that the ombudsman is not here today because I really want to know what their responsibility is in these facilities. I lost my sister and I have some very serious concerns about the role of people who are supposed to be the advocates for the persons who are in the facilities. Perhaps you can give me the information or the name of the person that I should be talking to relative to this serious. I think that's a serious concern.
Senator, thank you for your question and your concern. And we do have one of the ombudsmans here, and that's the next person that's going to testify for us.
Oh, that's very wonderful. Thank you. I look to the testimony. Thank you.
The state ombudsman in charge of all the ombudsmen wanted to be with us, but she's having surgery today, so that couldn't be avoided. But she's been very supportive, and I think Ms. Bennett will be able to answer your questions. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Bennett.
So I'm Eileen Bennett, and thank you so much for having me back. I'm excited to be participating in a legislative session this year in support of SB 204. I will just give a little history of me. I have provided written testimony. I'm going to try and keep my remarks short because we have some really, really incredible witnesses to follow me. But I have been an ombudsman for 32 years in the local department in Montgomery County. So Senator Kramer, a shout out to you. Hello, because I'm going to talk about your area. And we happen to be of similar age group where we kind of grew up in the same geographic area. And I point that out because I do think that in Montgomery County, we have a plethora of memory care units. We have 221 assisted living total. We have 38 large assisted living that have a component of their marketing that includes memory care. We have 3 more to be opening. 1 is expected to open in March and 2 are expected to open by June. So they are growing even though we are in a pandemic. I do think that it's important that you understand that my early time with long-term care ombudsman advocacy was when in Montgomery County, we had 3 domiciliaries, which could be equated to what we would consider large assisted living now, some of the chain names you would know. And we had 9 small senior group home settings. Now, I told you, we have 221 total, and 38 of them, not 3, are the larger ones. So that gives you a sense of what has taken place in the last 30 years with 3 more to open in the next 3 months. We've had 1 open during the pandemic time during this past year. I do really say this is a buyer beware industry. It is an ombudsman. That is something that we do recognize that the regulations have not kept pace with the marketing. The marketing is not bad. It is not something that people are not suggesting is needed because memory care residents are our most vulnerable residents. However, those residents are paying a surcharge to be in a specialty unit for which they are not necessarily getting specialty services. When I ask someone who works in a memory care building to tell me the difference between dementia that is associated with frontal temporal lobe type of dementia and one that is dementia that's associated with Parkinson's, and that person cannot answer for me what the differences are or what the difference in behavior would be, that concerns me because they or their family are indeed paying a premium price to be receiving care in what that consumer thinks is a specialty area. The bill itself does talk about need for minimum standard of training, which I think is critically important. It talks about some staffing, which is recognition that our memory care residents do have some behaviors that need more attention than perhaps some of the other assisted living residents in an environment. I do want to just indicate that I'm sorry for what I said premium pricing, I'm sorry, that the residents really need to understand that they are reliant on family members as their disease continues to progress. And families are telling us about feeling like a commodity. So the facilities are taking a chart and figuring out how much money somebody has. And
I hate to butt in, but your time is expiring.
I'm sorry.
I was saying your time is expired.
Oh, wow, I did go. So sorry. I'm good. My testimony is submitted. Go ahead.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Bennett? Senator Bennett, unmute.
Thank you very much. I want to go back to the purpose of the ombudsman. Listen, in these facilities, is the purpose of that, is your purpose to act as a cheerleader or a person who helps the patients who are having difficulties? What is your purpose really?
So we are mandated under the Older Americans Act, and we have 4 mandates. The first one is complaint resolution. So that is first and foremost complaints brought for or by or on behalf of a resident. The second is recruiting and training volunteers, and that is an important element. The third is community education, and the fourth is legislative advocacy. So those are our 4 mandates. First and foremost is working for the resident and resolving their issues.
You know, in this facility where my sister was, the unfortunate thing right now is that family members cannot get into these facilities because of the pandemic and the requirements that they cannot, in fact, get into these nursing homes and rehab centers and to see their loved ones, which is a real depressing thing for the patients, because that doesn't help them with their wellness, is what I'm trying to say. But when the individual leaves and it's discovered that there are a lot of things that have happened, the missing of their clothes and all kinds of stuff. I'm just trying to figure out what would be the role of the ombudsman is not to help to alleviate. As a matter of fact, my sister's rings, her diamond rings are worth about $4,000, was taken home by one of the workers. And we had to go through all kinds of changes to get her rings back. So what would be you all have no role in that matter, I mean.
Once a resident is actually no longer in the facility, our role stops, but we have a lot of partners. And I would tell you in Montgomery County, we have a very strong emphasis on elder abuse and neglect and financial exploitation, of which theft would fall in that category.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Okay. Let's go to Tammy Bresnahan.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair, and members of the Finance Committee. Again, I'm Tammy, I am Tamala, but I don't, somebody just called me Tamala, so I'm sorry. Tammy Bresnahan with AARP, that is my real name, by the way. When I was researching, and I've been looking at assisted living now for over a year, before the pandemic started, and when looking for information on the regulations, in 2005, OHCQ issued a report, and that report indicated that assisted living had really changed. And so the impetus, I believe, for the 2016 regulations, which are 149 pages, by the way, that touch on things like nurse oversight, admission, medication management, all of those things that assisted living are doing. 149 pages. If you go on the website, it's still there, September 2016. I think we should be asking the department, why haven't they issued that? I worked for the Department of Human Resources, now called the Human Services Agency, for 26 years. The last 11 years, I was in charge of regulations. Every 8 years, we had to present a plan to the legislature. We had to review regulations, and we had to say why, if there wasn't any updated needed, or what, if we were changing, why we were changing. And so it gives me pause when I look through those regulations that they have not been updated since 2016, and the face of assisted living has changed. I really think that we need to look at this bill, and thank Senator Bidle for having the courage to put it forward. Like Senator Bidle, we serve on the Oversight Committee for nursing homes and long-term care, and we really need to take care of our most vulnerable populations, those who cannot take care of themselves. We need to pass this bill. Thank you.
I'd just like to butt in and say I kind of agree all together. Not enough is being done, and we don't have the investment in Maryland of real bodies and experts to help us in this area. We don't have an inspection team that's robust to go into assisted living. And when you consider you got the huge ones that are part of CCRCs, then some other large campuses, then you got things all the way down to 2 or 3 people in a private home. And I was recently looking at the state list of where they all are. And I saw that in rural counties, sometimes they're on roads. When I went there to drive with no outdoor area, or on busy city streets where there isn't even a porch or a stoop or any place where the person could come out side. And one other thing that really bugged me was seeing how many have names for the assisted living facility that suggests what you ought to believe theologically. In some cases, they are pushing a religion on people. But in my district in Baltimore County, I had my police department complaining about people running away from some assisted livings repeatedly because of conditions. And we really don't have a workforce that belongs to the state of Maryland to regularly check on those people to see what's going on, or to have the kind of accountability that we need.
Well, I think like Senator Bottle says, I mean, they're looking at the larger ones that actually advertise, memory care units and Alzheimer's units, that those regulations go into effect, that they look at this bill and make sure that those people are being taken care of.
Right. Okay, so there's work to be done even next year, guys. Okay, let's see who is next. Eric Calamaro from the Alzheimer's Association.
Chair Kelly and Vice Chair Feldman, Eric Colchmiro, Director of Government Affairs for the Alzheimer's Association in Maryland, here today to ask for your support of SB 204. I want to acknowledge Maryland's long-term care provider organizations and their members who have dealt with unprecedented challenges and costs during COVID-19. Yet as we now have the hope of potentially 4 vaccines amidst a pandemic that has disproportionately impacted our long-term care industry, we must move forward stabilizing facilities and protecting their residents. This legislation today puts forward requirements solely for the state's 88 special care units, which are generally housed within medium and large-sized assisted living facilities. The residents in these units present unique challenges. 95% of them have one or more chronic condition. As their dementia progresses, these residents are unable to eat, dress, or bathe without assistance. Over time, they may lose their ability to use words and may communicate solely through behavior. The Health Department and the Office of Healthcare Quality realized they needed added protections, and they realized we needed to do more for these Marylanders. If you look at the 2015 Assisted Living Facility Draft Regulations, you will see that OHCQ put forward protections that propose the role of a new memory care coordinator, 30 hours of training requirements for the coordinator, and an additional 20 hours of training specifically for memory care staff. The industry, in their comments on this draft section to protect memory care patients, strongly opposed and said this could not be administered. OHCQ put forward a second section on memory care protections, outlining, among other things, a direct care staff ratio so that there was at least 1 direct care staff on each shift for every 8 residents. The industry opposed these protections in their comments as duplicative. OHCQ put forward a third section on added protections for memory care units for individuals with dementia. Industry in their comments opposed these protections as redundant. Despite these objections, OHCQ maintained these provisions in their 2016 second draft. Unfortunately, under the Hogan administration, these added protections were never codified into law, and without legislation, they can be negotiated out. This legislation intentionally does not put forward specific numbers for areas like a staff to patient ratio, like OHCQ did in the draft regulations, leaving that and many other specific guidance to the regulatory process. Yet what it does say is that it is only with legislation that we can ensure that a new framework is enacted for memory care units and guarantee that added protections are put into place in assisted living facilities. I ask for your help today to move this bill forward. I urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going next to Allie McNorton.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair Kelly and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Allie McNorton Andreessen, and I am a staff attorney in Maryland Legal Aid's Long-Term Care Assistance Project. I assist, advise, and represent older adults and persons with disabilities receiving long-term care, both in the community and in long-term care residents, such as assisted living facilities. On behalf of Maryland Legal Aid, I speak in support of this bill. Maryland Legal Aid supports this bill because it seeks to establish minimum standards for specialized memory care units in assisted living facilities. Under the current regulatory framework, which has not been updated in over a decade, assisted living facilities seeking to establish a memory care unit are required to disclose information related to staffing, training, the services they offer, etc., in their initial license application. This is a mere disclosure requirement, and the information provided to the Department of Health is subjectively evaluated. Currently, there is no specific standard a facility must meet in order to establish a memory care unit. Nursing homes, comparatively, have a substantially higher burden for establishing a specialized unit within their facility. And more broadly, nursing home residents are provided more protection and due process rights under both state and federal law. The residents of memory care units are often living with the same disorienting, degenerative medical conditions and are equally as vulnerable as their nursing home counterparts. They are a vulnerable patient population that needs the added protections this bill seeks to enact. Maryland Legal Aid clients would directly benefit from the regulatory changes proposed in Senate Bill 204. As an example, a legal aid client living with Parkinson's-induced dementia was discharged from a nursing home to an assisted living facility where the staff were not trained to evaluate and care for a person living with dementia. After entering the assisted living facility, our client's condition decompensated and ultimately he was found wandering the streets. His condition worsened so severely that he was urgently admitted to an inpatient unit at a mental health hospital. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced residents to rely on assisted living facility staff now more than ever. For almost a full year, visitation has been prohibited or limited extremely. Family and friends are unable to visit and supplement their loved ones' care and provide mental stimulation. They cannot enter facilities to advocate for their loved ones. Residents of memory care units are particularly affected by this, given the nature of their medical conditions. Memory care units in assisted living facilities are specialized units. This bill seeks to establish specific standards to reflect that. Senate Bill 204 ensures that these vulnerable residents receive the care and the protection they need. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak about this important bill.
Thank you. I feel some of your pain. One of the things is that many of these people have very limited assets, and the government hasn't stepped up to do what it needs to do. I mean, we've got many people living decades longer than years ago. Not everybody is wealthy or has private insurance. Medicare doesn't cover assisted living. Medicaid doesn't do that much. Most of them, if they have anything, is Medicaid, and it doesn't cover much. There is a problem that the nation and the state are going to have to face. We got to have the resources in order to get the kind of services and outcomes that we want. Okay, we're going now to two unfavorables. Dana Kaufman.
Thank you very much, Chair Kelly, members of the committee. Again, for the record, my name is Dana Kaufman. I'm here on behalf of Lifespan Network. And our opposition is not based on the fact that more does not need to be done, but it's about the process. And you've heard a little bit about the process and the fact that the regulations have not been updated. So a couple points I want to make about that. Again, I'd like to just remind everybody that Maryland's assisted living regulations are a one size fits all. So we have one set of regulations regardless of if you care for 2 people or you care for 200 people. So it does make this process a little bit more difficult when you have to take into account that wide breadth of providers. But as far as the regulatory process, it did start, I think it was in 2013, 2014, and the final set of regs, at least for a draft discussion, was issued in 2016. Now, I will say on behalf of the providers that we had some issues still with the 2016 regs, but there were many things in those regs that we favored and wanted them to go forward. However, at the same time that OHCQ was doing the assisted living regs, they were also trying to finish the nursing home regs. So it was determined that they would basically halt the assisted living regulations in order to complete the nursing home regs. Those nursing home regs were finalized of June of 2019. For the industry, we thought then that we would start the assisted living regs, but then the pandemic hit and they have yet to begin. But we are fully supportive of putting those regs forward and continuing those discussions. As far as the opposition that was raised with regards to the memory care units, Lifespan did have concerns because right now, just to let you know, and I believe it was attached to my testimony, there are regulations that are required for these, what at this point they're called Alzheimer's special care units. And the assisted living has to submit that information, including how their staffing, training, and other components are different than what is in the non-units. And there is a portion of that regulation that says that OHCQ can restrict admission or close the operation of a special care unit if the department determines that the facility has not demonstrated compliance with this regulation or the health and safety of residents is at risk. So there is an enforcement tool right now. Our concern was that it would have required the coordinator to have had 30 hours of a national or from a national organization and an additional 20 hours for staff. And we were concerned that you could price these units out. And that is something that we did not want to see. There was also concern based on the fact that those regs had a special care unit, but they also had Alzheimer's special services, which seemed duplicative of what was required in the assessment. So I'm just commenting on that because I don't want to get on a back and forth about all these aspects, but I don't want to leave you with the impression that we just did not want to move forward with any changes to the memory care units. We do think that change is necessary, but it also has to be done in the totality of those regulations. As was mentioned before, those regulations are about 146 pages. They affect all sizes in the state of Maryland, and we need to continue those discussions so we can have a balanced approach. And we are concerned by just putting this legislation forward without looking at the totality. But we also do appreciate the recognition that this industry has been hit extremely hard by the COVID-19 pandemic and has received very little to no assistance in having to protect the residents, buy the PPE, and do testing. The last point I will make, and this is just an FYI, we understand that new orders today have come through from the health department on testing and visitation. I've been on this Zoom, so we have not opened them, but we are anxious to see and hope that visitation, some of the visitation prohibitions will be lifted. So thank you.
I let you go a little bit over because the points you were making needed to be made.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's really not invested, and neither has the federal government in assisted living to the extent that it should. And I've been reading about, well, how are nursing homes better off? And what I'm realizing is they have sub compartments or affiliates that offer them their goods and services, and they're making their money off of that to an extent that assisted living cannot. So we've all got work to do. We care about our seniors. Okay, finally, Allison Dabrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. We appreciate the opportunity to present on this bill. My name is Allison Siborowski, and I'm here on behalf of Leading Age Maryland. We are an association of not-for-profit aging services providers in Maryland, including assisted livings, CCRCs, nursing homes, affordable senior housing, and community-based services. First, I want to thank the sponsor for meeting with us and listening to our concerns, and just want to echo Dana's comments around appreciating the intent behind this bill, recognizing that changes need to be made. And, you know, families trust that when they see a provider is offering memory care, that their loved one will receive care that is designed to address those specific needs. I personally worked in a role of director of dementia education for a multi-site organization for nearly 7 years, and saw firsthand how important consistent education and person-centered approaches to care, how those contribute to higher quality of life for residents and for their loved ones. So we would like to see the assisted living regulations finalized by the Office of Healthcare Quality. Those regulations should include updated training requirements and other workforce and regulatory changes. But as you've heard from Dana and others, the assisted living providers at this time cannot absorb any additional regulations or requirements. There's incredible workforce challenges. We need every worker that we can find, and altering direct care nursing staff ratios at this time and adding new certification requirements is not possible for our field to absorb right now. We would welcome continued discussions with the sponsor in the future, but for these reasons, Leading Age Maryland respectfully requests an unfavorable report for Senate Bill 204. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, that ends the testimony on that bill. Senator Bidle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask a question of our last speaker, Allison Sabrowski.
Sure.
And Allison, thank you very much for your testimony. So I hear you say, well, we would really like to see the regulations updated through Office of Healthcare Quality, but not now. We can't handle it now. So when do you think? Because it's really been 5 years since that last draft of regulation was put out. So when do you think you'd be ready for it?
That's a good question. I think if we hadn't seen COVID, we would have been ready months, years ago for that. So, you know, I think we're all doing all that we can to ensure that every staff member and resident has access to receive the vaccine. I think that's a huge step. And once we get past that point, and as Dana noted, as we've been on this Zoom, new visitation requirements were released that do relax visitation. So, you know, hopefully in the coming year, it will be possible for these communities to be able to start changing operations to absorb new training requirements or workforce changes. But I think a bigger question is, you know, OHCQ needs to have the manpower to move those regulations and then to regulate and enforce those. And so I think that's a question as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. We really just have not put in the resources that we need as a state, neither have the feds to do what needs to happen for assisted living. Okay, Senator Benson, you're up next with Senate Bill 322, Health and Wellness Standards, Correctional Facilities and Healthcare Facilities. Your chief proponent, Joe St. George, will have 5 minutes. I understand that Ms. St. George has been wanting to do a teleprompter. Yeah, but we are unable to accommodate that right now, just given the virtual environment and the lack of staffing even here to do anything more than we're managing right now. So we'll start with you, Senator Benson.
Thank you very much. Oh, wait a minute. Hold it.
Now you were unmuted. Now you muted yourself again. Unmute.
Okay.
Now we hear you.
Thank you very much. I thank you very much, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 322. My name is Joanne C. Benson. I am a senator from Prince George's County, the 24th Legislative District. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the Finance Committee. Senate Bill 322, Health and Wellness Standards, Correctional Facilities and Healthcare Facilities, requires the Secretary of Health to adopt specific health and wellness standards for all state and local correctional facilities and related institutions, accredited hospitals, non-accredited hospitals, accredited residential treatment centers, and non-accredited residential treatment centers for which the Secretary adopts specific regulations. Approximately $136 million per year in taxpayer dollars is spent on inmate health care for 19,000 inmates. Health has a $680 million contract for 5 years, and this is Corazon, or $7,157 per inmate, which is up $36 million from 2017. I hope you all heard that statistical data there. Approximately 105,000 prescriptions per month are written for inmate illnesses. Approximately 30% of inmate healthcare costs is on chronic degenerative diseases. Maryland inmates suffer from health disparities at a greater rate than the Maryland general population, and 70% of the Maryland inmate population is unfortunately African Americans. As of the most public report of 2011, $3 million was spent on hospitalization of inmates for heart failure, renal failure, strokes, and acute respiratory failure. Currently, while correctional facilities do offer lactose vegetarian options for each meal, they do not include whole meals rich in complex carbohydrates. Research has shown that the consumption of these complex carbohydrates can be instrumental in reducing and reversing chronic diseases that require medications to manage. Heart disease is the #1 cause of death for all Maryland residents, including inmates in correctional facilities, which can be reversed through plant-based nutrition. In 2019, Maryland entered into a 5-year, $680 million contract with Corazon to provide health care in our correctional facilities. This bill includes a reporting requirement to provide oversight, transparency, so that any changes in illnesses or diagnosis of inmates that may result from the implementation of this legislation may be documented. In conclusion, the goal of this bill is to provide better food choices, which will result in healthier inmates and will reduce medical costs, which is borne by the taxpayers of the great state of Maryland. I therefore respectfully urge and ask this committee for a favorable report on Senate Bill 322.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the sponsor? Okay, well then we're going to her major proponent, Ms. George.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and the committee. My name is Joe St. George, and I'm Chair of the newly formed HBCU College of Plant-Based Lifestyle Medicine, which is a 501c3 founded at the start of the COVID pandemic by Black medical professionals and alumni of HBCUs around the country, dedicated to clinical and worksite practice of plant-based lifestyle medicine as the foundation of a transformed and sustainable healthcare system. Plant-based lifestyle medicine involves the use of evidence-based therapeutic approaches for disease management that includes the practice of utilizing lifestyle interventions that include prescribing whole food plant-based diet, regular physical activity, adequate sleep, stress management, fresh air, sunshine, adequate consumption of water, avoidance of use and ingestions of substances that increase oxidative stress, and pursuing other non-drug mental health modalities to treat, reverse, and prevent chronic disease, to treat and reduce infectious disease. The popular phrase, "let food be thy medicine," that was first coined in 400 BC illustrates that plant-based lifestyle medicine is not a new alternative form of disease management. It's been around in this country and was predominantly used in the 1900s before the transformation to pharmacological approaches. Our mission is to become the authoritative voice on plant-based lifestyle medicine, to educate and to train medical practitioners of color and HBCU medical students and medical allied health students in using plant-based lifestyle medicine as the first treatment of option in clinical practice and worksite settings, and providing CME accreditation events, educational offerings, and certification in lifestyle medicine. We are a sister organization of the American College of Lifestyle Medicine and the board certifying organization, American Board of Lifestyle Medicine. SB 322, its main objective is a health equity objective, and that is allowing inmates to be able to choose a plant-based diet for their health, and to also allow patients in hospitals to select a plant-based meal. But what this bill does that goes further than California's bill or New York bill is that it has an educational component, which requires the Department of Public Safety and Corrections to provide information to all inmates about the health benefits of a plant-based diet, specifically when they first check into any of the facilities, and to ensure that they have educational programs as part of their programmatic efforts in the prisons to learn about not only the health benefits, but the mental health benefits of a plant-based diet. Also, there's educational component that the Maryland Department of Health Office of Minority Health and Health Disparities is required to provide information to all medical providers in the state of Maryland about training and certification in lifestyle plant-based medicine to all medical providers. We want this area and this specialty to become normal for all healthcare providers in hospitals and outside hospital care. Why is this? The problem that this bill aims to solve is to address, one, the issue of access, but two, also the issue of cost containment as far as health disease, and to provide life-saving measures that haven't been implemented. Our Department of Corrections has suffered 22 inmate losses to COVID. 22 people have died, and Maryland did away with its death penalty in 2013. Yet we've had 22 deaths in 6 months because of COVID, which could have been avoided had these inmates been on a diet that was rich in plant-based foods that could have helped their immune system to work more effectively and efficiently to then combat a disease that, yes, is considered novel, but the immune system, when it is in its best condition with a diet that is high in macronutrients, can and has statistically shown can overcome and fight those infections. So how do we know this? According to the NIH report that came out in an August study, there were two things that were found missing in a study of people who did die of COVID, and that was a deficiency in vitamin D and a deficiency of selenium. Selenium is found plentiful in plant-based foods. Now, if we have that data, we can see the real correlation between health and survival of infectious disease. But for
I
hospitals,
have to butt in, but your 5 minutes expired about a half minute ago.
can I just make this closing remark? And that is,
Okay.
this bill would help to reduce hospital stays by 2 days and to reduce readmissions into hospitals by 27%. We have opposition to this bill by the Association of Hospitals.
Okay, well, your time is really up and the opponents can speak for themselves. Let me ask you a question. I hadn't heard of your organization. Is it accredited in Maryland or by the Middle States Association or what?
Yes, we've been certified by as a nonprofit corporation in Maryland, and we have our 501c3 with the federal government that we acquired this September. So we're a new organization, as I said, of all Black and people of color who are lifestyle medicine professionals who want to educate students and the communities about the power of it.
Thank you. Okay, we're going next to Ruby Latham, PhD.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Ruby Latham. I am a holistic nutritionist and holistic health expert, and part of what I do is help people heal with food. I did have the opportunity to take a look at the meal, the typical menu plan that is served at the correctional facilities. And what we saw in there in the average meal is that it was much too high in protein, fat, and sodium, and too low in fiber and water. And so when you continue to have a diet like that, what it is going to do is facilitate lifestyle-related diseases that are linked to that, like diabetes, heart disease, stroke, kidney disease, hypertension, cholesterol, overweight, and obesity, and some cancers as well. So if we went to a diet that promoted high plant-based intake, you would naturally reduce the occurrences of these illnesses. You would also save a tremendous amount on healthcare and medications related to all of these diseases. So not only is it better care for the inmates, but it's better financial sense for the state of Maryland, because you would be saving in multiple ways. Also, you'd also be saving on the cost of food, because the cost of a plant-based diet is about 20% less than what's currently being served now. So it makes financial sense on the cost of actually getting the food in. It makes financial sense on the cost of healthcare, and it makes humane sense on these inmates not contracting these illnesses that are lifestyle related and have been shown to be prevented, regulated, and often reversed with the plant-based diet.
Okay. Could I ask you, is the HBCU College of Plant-Based Lifestyle Medicine accredited by Middle States or one of the accrediting agencies that accredit the other colleges in our state?
We plan to, and when you say as a college, we're a community association, not a college like a university. So we won't be seeking that type of accreditation, but we are entering into MOUs with the 4 HBCUs in Maryland, working currently with Coppin, Morgan, and Bowie State.
I see. Thank you. All right. We are going next to Dr. Baxter Montgomery. Oh, he's not here. All right.
They are connected, but they're connected by
not present. So since he's not present, I can't call on him. We're going to go therefore to Dr. Eric Walsh. He's not present either?
Well, what I was trying to say is Dr. Baxter is connected by the telephone, but not the video. And they're not sure how, because you guys keep dropping them off and they keep coming back in. And so I was wondering if someone could facilitate.
He's actually not present, Miss. We have technicians that have been trying to locate him. He's not present. Okay, so we're going next to Brian Friese of the Maryland Hospital Association.
Great. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
My name is Brian Frazee, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Hospital Association in respectful opposition of Senate Bill 322. I first want to start by thanking the advocates of this legislation for the work that they do in this space, as well as the conversations that we've had previously on the important issue of ensuring access to plant-based options in hospitals. MHA has partnered with them on efforts such as a webinar for our members to share strategies and learn more about this issue, and we look forward to continuing the conversation with them on that. While all of Maryland's hospitals do provide plant-based options as one of many options to patients and visitors based on their dietary needs or preferences, there must be an acknowledgement that dietary and food guidelines change frequently. And we're concerned that if this bill were to pass, the most recent best practices as it relates to dietary considerations could ultimately be in conflict not only with state law, but also the regulations that the Maryland Department of Health would be required to promulgate under the legislation. Dietitians and nutritionists are part of our patient care teams as necessary, and they do follow the latest guidance on dietary considerations based on that individual patient's medical history, as well as their preferences. So in closing, we again want to thank the advocates of the bill for their work and continued partnership, but the Maryland Hospital Association requests an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 322.
Are there any questions for this witness? Okay, if not, then thanks to all of you, and that ends the testimony on this bill. We're going next to Senator Augustine, Senate Bill 486, Labor and Employment Standards During an Emergency, Maryland Essential Workers Protection Act. And this is an expanded hearing because the bill is so complex. So we'll be here for a while. Senator Augustine, after you introduce your bill, we'll go to your major proponent, which is a combination of labor unions. And then we'll move forward with the others having the 2.5 minutes each. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Kelly. Thank you, Chair Kelly and Vice Chair Feldman and members of the committee. I'm Senator Malcolm Augustine, and I come before you with Senate Bill 486, seeking your support, colleagues. This is a big bill, and we continue to work with stakeholders on its specific definitions and provisions. The essence remains the priority: essential worker protection. These are unprecedented times, and we all need to come together to make it through. We need, and I support, relief for all Marylanders, our residents, and our businesses to make it through. But some have sacrificed more than others for us in this process, and they deserve special consideration for protections. These essential workers, public and private workers, don't have a choice, but in many instances have willingly put their lives on the line for us, generating angst and anxiety within their families because they are in constant fear of getting sick and dying. And they don't have the ability to sit at home in front of a computer and collect a paycheck. The Essential Worker Protection Act acknowledges the sacrifices of our neighbors, healthcare workers, supply chain workers, manufacturing plant workers, and public transit workers, among others. We literally depend on them to survive. And what they all have in common is that they have to go to work during this pandemic, fearing for their life, fearing for the life of their loved ones because they do not have a choice to go to work or not. It's not a choice to choose between risking your life or not feeding your family. This is why I'm so strongly supporting the Essential Workers Protection Act. This legislation will provide protection to essential workers during an emergency, as defined in the legislation, which includes imminent threat of severe or widespread loss of life, and or an executive order declared emergency. Now, how do we come up with the essential worker definitions? We utilize guidance from the CDC to help define essential employers, and then we applied a standard that says you must be required to be on site to complete your duties, to be defined as an essential worker. In other words, if an employee can work remotely or telecommute, they are not defined as an essential worker in this legislation. Now, does this bill go beyond the current pandemic? Yes, it applies to all future emergencies. as well. And that reality is that is an important point. We don't want to find ourselves in this situation ever again. One of the first provisions is that we have safe and hygienic working conditions. Maryland essential workers are forced to perform their duties outside of their homes, often without protocols, procedures, or proper protective equipment to ensure their health and safety. Roughly 56% of Maryland COVID-19 deaths have occurred in long-term care facilities due to a lack of personal protective equipment. Employers must be required to provide PPE and set clear safety protocols, procedures, and standards to ensure safe work environments for frontline workers. This legislation establishes statewide standards and protocols for every industry to follow, which must be enforced by OSHA. Proper PPE must be provided for all frontline workers. Second provision deals with hazard pay and healthcare assistance. Workers who put their lives and the lives of their families at risk are not being adequately compensated and often are not provided or cannot afford the healthcare coverage they need. This legislation pays essential employees as defined in this legislation who make under $100,000 annually, $3 an hour hazard pay, in addition to base pay, for shifts worked during a state of emergency. Employees must also be provided opportunities to enroll in Maryland's Health Exchange to help prevent community spread and help maintain workplace continuity. Now, you may be asking, why $3? Well, $3 is approximately the amount temporarily provided to state employees during this pandemic. There have been questions about whether or not hazard pay provisions are retroactive to the beginning of the current state of emergency. And the answer is no. It is spelled out in the uncodified language at the end of the bill that it is not retroactive, and the fiscal note writers affirm this in their analysis. We also asked for emergency action plans. No one was prepared for a major catastrophic event like COVID-19. There were no procedures in place for logistics, shift changes, telework, safety, or sanitation. The lack of mandated safety guidelines has led to increased MOSH worksite complaints and higher levels of COVID-19 contraction outside the home. Guidelines have been set, however, guidelines aren't enough without enforcement. Employers must submit comprehensive plans to the state, which address workplace safety, PPE procedures, telework capacity, and any changes in pay. Universal health and bereavement leave. Workers who have been exposed or infected must quarantine, which force workers to use personal leave or just go unpaid. Some workers have had to quarantine on multiple occasions. Existing leave policies under the Maryland Healthy Working Families Act are insufficient and do not contemplate an emergency such as the one we are in. Due to the increased health complications and death employees experience from COVID-19, employers must provide 14 days of paid quarantine leave, which was the recommendation of the CDC at the time of the drafting of this legislation, and 3 days of paid bereavement leave to grieve the loss of an immediate family member. The right to refuse dangerous work. Too often, workers are forced to engage in dangerous work in unsafe conditions, following guidelines. If the employer refuses to participate in these dangerous situations, they are retaliated against or fired. Although workers have the right to refuse work, MOSH regulations nor any current local laws ensure workers can securely turn down work. MOSH submitted a letter to state legislators that they've received a significant number, or a relatively small number of complaints, 492 complaints since March 1st, 2020, but has conducted on-site inspections in only 30 cases. Nearly 1/3 of cases are referred to county health departments where they lack the resources to take action. Essential employees will have the right to refuse to engage in unsafe work. Employers shall not be allowed to retaliate against any employee once refusal occurs. All incidents will be investigated by MOSH. Free testing and reporting of positive test results. One of the #1 hotspots for contracting COVID-19 for Marylanders is the workplace. Often, workers are exposed at work and are not informed by their employer. There currently is no existing platform which records cases across industries to track workplace infections. Existing regulations leave workers behind due to certain workplaces being carved out of records enforcement. Employees must be notified of any positive case by their employer. Positive test results must be reported on a statewide dashboard across industries. Testing for frontline workers should remain free to avoid cross-contamination. Colleagues, I don't do it often, but I'm going to ask your indulgence for me to share my intent for this legislation. The essential workers are my neighbors. They are my constituents. They are my family, and they sent me to Annapolis to be a voice for them. Before I came to the Senate, I was on the WMATA board representing my county and over 10,000 of my transit neighbors. Through the years, I've gotten the calls from my transit brothers and sisters, the bus drivers who are regularly spit on and assaulted as they dutifully serve the public. But the calls now are, Brother Malcolm, we lost another one to COVID. The people are dead. I also have to hear the stories of people like 27-year-old Lilani Jordan, who greeted customers at a grocery store in my county and died from COVID-19, spotlighting the precarious situation that grocery workers face during the coronavirus pandemic. And what about the healthcare workers? You know, colleagues, I was doing my homework for this hearing and spoke with my aunt, her name is Pat, who's a retired registered nurse, to ask her about actually my grandmother, Medea, who was a nurse's aide. We talked about how my grandmother bathed people without gloves and how frequently, without any protection, for little to no money, but that it has gotten better. And there are certain protections, but that the business of caring for sick people remains very dangerous. She told me about how nurses historically got tuberculosis, which is an airborne infectious disease from patients they were serving like COVID. And so I told her I was leading an effort on this bill. And I was telling her about the provisions and the protections, and she stopped me cold. And she said, Malcolm, most people just don't care. I have to tell you, colleagues, that absolutely broke my heart. And what could I say, given some of the things that I have heard in the lead up to this hearing? The callousness to the suffering. All I could say to my Aunt Pat is that I care. Talking to my aunt about my family service to others led me to reflect on my grandfather who served in the military and my father who volunteered and served in Vietnam. You know, when I was coming out of high school, I told my dad that I wanted to join the Marines like him. And he told me no. And I listened to my father. I've always done what he says. You know, Senator Jennings, is one of my regrets in life, not to have chosen to put my life on the line for our country, as you have and do, and my father did. But he had seen the horrors of war, and he had seen how poorly the United States treated him in service and upon his return. And that's why he didn't think that it was the right thing for me. You know, I feel real parallels with our essential workers in this regard today. We call them heroes. We say they are in a war zone, but are we doing everything we can to protect them? Colleagues, would you begrudge our military all the protections we could muster and provide, including hazard pay they deserve when they are in a war zone? I should hope not. I think we should put things in perspective. Over the course of the last 19 years of wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, 2.9 million soldiers have served in the war zone. Approximately 7,000 have died and 52,000 wounded. Generally, about 15% or so have developed PTSD. I mean, we owe these soldiers everything. But colleagues, in less than a year, we have over 7,000 Marylanders dead from COVID and over 365,000 cases. In our country, we have over 469,000 dead, 27 million cases. And our essential workers dutifully walk into that war zone, that danger every single day. Colleagues, we owe these essential workers everything. This committee has led the nation, and it's time for us to do it again. The sky did not fall with paid sick leave. We continue to have a strong economy. The sky did not fall as we have increased our minimum wage to $15 an hour while we suffer economically during this pandemic, no question. But Maryland's economy has proven to be more resilient than most others. We lead and the nation is following. I know you're watching that. Colleagues, we need to lead again and assure our essential workers, our constituents in every corner of Maryland, that we will do what is right to provide real protections through the Maryland Essential Workers Protection Act. We know that we still have work to do on this legislation, no question. But I am asking for your support for our essential workers who are dutifully serving, suffering, and dying in the war zone that is this global pandemic for us. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the sponsor? Senator Hershey.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Senator Augustine, thank you for your comments, and there's certainly no doubt that I believe that you have all the best intentions with this legislation, and would certainly agree that this pandemic certainly affected all of us very differently. And while we certainly care about those essential workers, I've had many small businesses contact me and tell me about the great sacrifices that they've made during this pandemic. Things that they did for their employees to make sure that they could remain employed, that they could get a paycheck, that they could feed and care for their families. And unfortunately, the sky did fall for some of those small businesses. Some lost everything. Some are closed for good. So one of the questions I continue to hear about this legislation is who is going to bear the burden of these astronomical costs to implement the requirements of the legislation?
That's a very fair question, Senator Hershey. And I've looked at across the country actually, and there have been instances where different states who have implemented some of this have looked to some of the money that's been associated with the federal government, some CARES Act money, and I'm willing to look and find different ways to try to deal with some of the costs. But there is also an issue of sacrifice. I mean, there's just no doubt about it, and I know that there's a shared sacrifice that has to go into this. But I'm still working on it, without a doubt, Senator.
All right. Well, I would certainly suggest, obviously, this bill does not distinguish between large businesses and small businesses. And I certainly recognize the virus doesn't distinguish between those either. But there are certainly aspects that maybe larger business could accommodate, while smaller businesses may not be able to. You'd mentioned our service members and the pay that they get. Along that same line, obviously the military is paid for by the federal government. And based on your last comment, would you be open to some type of mechanism that may allow the employers to be reimbursed fully by the state for any and all costs associated with implementing this bill?
Senator, I have actually been open and been doing research and been asking questions along those lines. And as I said at the beginning, my interest is in supporting all Marylanders. It really is. And I am open. I have been doing research. I have been asking to trying to find ways to make this work for all, without a doubt.
Okay. I have a number of questions about the bill specifically. And Senator Augustine, I'll refrain from delivering those all to you. We'll see who on the panel may be able to answer some of the questions about, really kind of how broad and in some places very ambiguous the bill is. But I do want to follow up on the one part that you mentioned already that, again, has a lot of businesses very concerned. And that is whether or not, and again, I think it might have just been some poor drafting, the bill was retroactive or not. Now, we clearly see in the uncodified language, section 2, that this may only be construed to apply prospectively.
Right.
That makes sense. The concern still is though the federal HHS recently declared that they expect the pandemic declaration, the current pandemic declaration, to be extended till the end of this year, 12/31/2021. If this bill were to pass in some form or fashion similar to what it is right now, possibly be vetoed, possibly be overridden, we could possibly look again in this bill being in effect by April 1st. Would that mean, under where you believe the bill is, with this being prospective, that the conditions of this bill could kick in for this current COVID-19 pandemic declaration of emergency that we have upon the effective date or the enactment of this legislation?
Yeah, Senator, first of all, I just want to say that I do feel like there's work to be done on the drafting and on the language and the definitions. I really do. Okay, let me just start with that. But yes, my understanding of it is that the provisions it is an emergency bill, and that the provisions would begin upon enactment.
Okay, even if we already hear, so in a sense, the contents of the bill are not retroactive, but the virus itself, you're saying the current virus would be considered something that would take effect immediately based on those conditions, and possibly the announcement from HHS saying that this should last throughout the end of the year. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. I appreciate your honesty there. Obviously, I think that is going to be very concerning with many of the opponents of this legislation, knowing that they are possibly going to be walking into something that would immediately require them to start providing hazard pay upon the effective date of this legislation, which could be very short from now. So, Madam Chair, I have many other questions. I'll save them from the other panels. I do appreciate my colleague responding to the questions I have.
Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Augustine, for really a very thorough walk through the bill. And I, appreciate the story that you've told and the background that you bring to this. I also appreciate Senator Hershey really speaking with similar conviction about the concerns that, particularly small job creators have with sort of new emergency employment mandates that this bill would start. We all, though, understand we're trying to strike a balance in everything we're doing in our economy right now. Some of us have supported government spending on certain things that we might not have in the past because we recognize that the government had to shut people down. So there needed to be some help for that. So we're all balancing this. I think a couple of points that, and like Senator Hershey said, I'll try not to walk through, I've got several notes that I hope to share as we walk through the bill as a committee.
Absolutely.
I did a couple of the points that I think jump out at me, and I have one idea I'd love to bounce off of you. But emergency and essential employees are very broad terms in this bill. In fact, we have, I think I counted up to 5 pages in the bill of listing who essential employees are. Let me start with emergencies. The way I read your bill, and you correct me if I'm wrong, a major snowstorm that I remember when I was first running for office, we had like 2 weeks of blizzards or 3 weeks of blizzards in 2010 when I was running for the House of Delegates. I mean, that would qualify, of course, as an emergency, obviously. I mean, but even like a blizzard that might last 3 or 4 days, or a derecho or something like that. I mean, that would all be emergency. So are we maybe too broadly? Can you speak to that? I mean, that would mean.
Yes, I absolutely. I'm more than happy to speak to that, Senator. That is not the legislative intent. If that is the language, we need to fix it. Okay, it truly is not the legislative intent. The intent is for to be for a for a global sort of pandemic and or emergency.
Okay.
We are right now, and if that language needs to be fixed, we want to fix it.
So because basically you're saying this is for something that's a many weeks and months long situation. It could be a natural disaster. It could be a global pandemic is kind of what you're thinking, correct?
What brings us to this conversation is the global pandemic and the suffering and the death that we are seeing today. Okay. And so my intention is to address a situation like the one that we are facing today, Senator. And we know that we want to try to tighten. Okay, we're going to tighten these definitions, and I would also suggest to you, we know there's other places where we do need to work on it, and I'm looking to work with our colleagues on that. But that really is the intent, sir.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. That's great. And I'm sure there's ways we can work on that. As far as listing the essential employees, I've had a lot of communication in my district from, agriculture community. I have a, very strong farm community, farmers, agriculture. There's a list of other types of businesses that are considered essential according to the guidelines that we use. And the whole way of using essential, I sympathize with you, because when they had shutdowns of quote non-essential businesses, there was a lot of controversy over who's essential and who's not. So I'm wondering if there's a way for us to tighten this up to make it a little more clear.
That is my intent, Senator. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Okay.
Okay. And then there was, there's some other specific things that I'd like to get to at some point, including just things in the bill about like 2 years to report violations and things like that. I'd like to talk more about that. I don't want to take up the committee's time. One idea that we have oversight committees, like there's an oversight committee for workers' compensation and an oversight committee for unemployment insurance. I almost wonder, because this bill is somewhat unique, but it's along the same pattern of a lot of bills that we get in this committee in the General Assembly, dealing with the balance between helping workers. I hope it's a false dichotomy, but helping workers versus, supporting business. And I wondered if it might be smart to, at some point, for us to look at an oversight committee that would bring, labor employment, like a work labor employment oversight committee at some point, where we could hash out more of these kind of things before it gets to being a bill. And then everybody's, got their teeth bared, because I don't know how you feel about that concept.
Well, Senator, what I would say is I think that I've got no issue with the concept, but we are in a war right now, and people are dying, people are suffering, and we need to do something about it today. So I'm all for what you're talking about, but we also need to take action on the situation that we have right now. And that's how I come with this legislation today.
Okay, I really appreciate your answers. I look forward to talking more. And Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go now to your lead proponent, Claudia Baylog from 1199 SEIU. And following that, I'm going to jump down to the Attorney General, and they will each have 5 minutes. I'm hoping the Attorney General, who's favorable,
He's been so patient. I mean, I'm just been grateful.
Can help to flush out technical issues that might help us to not need as many individual questions answered, and to see what is possible. So we'll start with Claudia Baylog.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you. My name is Claudia Baylog. I'm a lead researcher with 1199 SEIU. We represent over 10,000 healthcare workers in Maryland and DC. I appreciate this opportunity to testify in support of SB 486. The caregivers we represent are falling ill. They're experiencing firsthand the strain to our healthcare system when other essential workers unnecessarily fall ill. Too many people are still reporting every day to unsafe workplaces. This morning, I checked the state dashboard. 1,199 more Marylanders have contracted COVID, and another 21 have died, and that's just in the last 24 hours. In nursing homes, we've had over 7,000 confirmed staff cases and 18 deaths. And we have to recognize that in Maryland, essential workers are disproportionately women, disproportionately workers of color, with a median wage in some industries as low as $12.79 an hour. From a public health perspective, it's critical to mandate that employers provide the safe working conditions as outlined by OSHA. All workers putting their life on the line deserve to know that their employer will develop a safety action plan in the event of something like a COVID outbreak, not just union members who are fortunate to be able to bargain some of their working conditions. We don't see the intent of this bill to create duplicative or conflicting safety guidance in industries. What we do see is too many employers failing to provide adequate PPE or enforce social distancing or provide the screens and shields that would protect their workers. Some examples. On the Eastern Shore, 262 poultry workers contracted COVID when they had to report to work despite feeling ill, crowding on the line and in break rooms. At our public universities like Frostburg and Bowie State, workers were exposed to COVID without proper PPE or even notification about quarantining students in their dorms. Grocery and retail workers are still reporting to work every day at stores that haven't enforced timed entry to prevent crowding or installed barriers. In October, Amazon self-reported 20,000 cases of COVID in their warehouses nationally. The problem faced by workers is that the guidance on risk mitigation hasn't been enforceable. Our primary regulatory tool, inspections, are proving to be inadequate. In October, it was reported that MOSH had only conducted 30 inspections out of 492 complaints received since March, and nearly 1/3 of those cases were referred to under-resourced county health departments. So given this reality of our regulatory infrastructure, what should workers do? Well, the right to refuse dangerous work as defined by the CDC and OSHA is key to keeping workers and communities safe. The Washington Post found 6 in 10 essential workers feared they would bring COVID home. And that fear of retaliation is also measurable. Based on a survey conducted by the National Employment Law Project, 1 in 8 workers perceived possible retaliation by their employer if they spoke up about their working conditions. Black workers were twice as likely to report retaliation and twice as likely to report unresolved COVID-related concerns at work. Another study found only 2% of retaliation complaints were ever resolved by OSHA. Essential workers need hazard pay because costs such as childcare have gone up. Transit costs are up because many low-wage essential workers are swapping out public transit for Uber and Lyft due to risk and reduced service. Rampant short staffing across industries has workers needing to take additional shifts. Meanwhile, Maryland's hospital systems received $1.2 billion in CARES Act funding, and CARES Act grants to all healthcare providers have totaled so far $2 billion. The top 20 US retail companies, almost all who operate in Maryland, companies like Amazon and Dollar General, they've seen almost $17 billion in profit compared to last year. Those same companies are now reporting $7 billion in stock buybacks. Their workers are still getting sick, and they're also transmitting the virus home to family members. We can say with certainty that any bolstering of our current sick leave prevents community spread. A recent Cornell study found that the sick leave created under the Families First Coronavirus Relief Act for businesses with under 500 workers, it reduced COVID-19 transmission by 400 confirmed cases per state per day. 1199 knows that these protections are possible. In fact, many other states have taken some of these steps to keep workers safe. We respectfully ask the committee for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? All right, we're going to go to the Attorney General. We're going to give you 5 minutes to Mr. Attorney General, and I hope that in addition to whatever you plan to say, you could get in any legal advice, any technical distinctions that would be helpful to the committee when we sit down to wrestle later with the innards of the bill.
I'll certainly do my best, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you for this opportunity. And let me say a special thanks to Senator Augustine for sponsoring this very important bill, and for those of you who have co-sponsored it as well. I think his comments and Ms. Balog's comments have left me not much to say. I associate myself with their remarks. I do want to say that this bill will protect workers who are risking their lives to protect us. Its provisions align very closely with the recommendations that were made by the task force that our office set up last spring as the pandemic started. It's the Attorney General's COVID-19 Access to Justice Task Force. And it recommended very specifically many of the provisions that are in this legislation. So I endorse it wholeheartedly. And I think it bears emphasizing what both of the previous speakers said, which is that workers who are Black and brown and those who live paycheck to paycheck are overrepresented among essential workers, overrepresented among victims of the COVID-19 virus and the pandemic in dozens of different ways. And not enough has been done to protect them. They bear personal risk caring for the elderly, the sick, in harvesting crops, in cutting up chickens and meat products, in collecting trash, carrying mail, checking out groceries, and making deliveries to people's homes. These are folks who are literally risking their lives to perform those jobs. There are just 2 points that I'll emphasize, and then I'll be happy to answer questions. It's critically important to set standards for workplaces that relate to aerosol transmissible diseases. We know that because of COVID-19 and the millions of people who've been impacted by the disease in the past 11 or 12 months. Essential workers are often crammed into workplaces where they cannot be socially distant from coworkers, from patients, from customers. They often do not have PPE. Often the ventilation systems at their workplaces are not sufficient to reduce the spread of COVID-19 or other aerosol transmissible diseases. The second is paid sick leave. Everyone is safer if essential workers can rely upon paid sick leave. Right now, many of them do not earn that much money. They cannot afford to take time off from work. They fear they'll lose their jobs if they take time off, and they have strong incentives to show up to work sick or not. If they keep working, they infect coworkers, they infect customers, they infect their supervisors and others. This bill is about health, it's about safety, and it's about fairness. And I urge you to give it a favorable report. And I'd
Thank
be
you.
happy to answer any questions.
I do have a couple, and that's what I was hoping maybe you could help us shed some light on.
Sure.
Obviously, the sponsor and the first proponent and you have all been very clear about the harms being done to essential workers. I would say that the bill has a large number of entities cited as essential workers, and many of them are in industries where the source of income or the businesses, a lot of them are non-government, are themselves disappearing, and the people have lost their businesses, or they are afraid that they will. They are hanging by a thread. So I'm wondering, with so many failing sources that normally, if we were in a healthy environment in terms of physical health and economic health, they would be the sources of income. What you see as a way forward, if we were to keep this bill as broad as it is, with as many categories of workers as are delineated here as essential workers, especially those that are in some of those industries that are themselves just hanging as whole industries on a thread, or where the owners, if they are privately owned employers, or themselves now needing public welfare or something of that type. So what could you tell us?
Well, Madam Chair, you have to make difficult choices. It's the nature of the job, and this is a very tough one. But the question that I would ask you, and I think this is the way you should look at the problem, is who do you think does not need protection? Who do you think does not deserve protection? What workers do you think should be forced to come, if they want to earn a living, to a place where they aren't protected from COVID-19? And I think there are very few. And certainly in state government, and we're constrained by economics just as businesses are, we're doing, I think, a pretty good job of protecting the folks who work for the state of Maryland. And I'm hard pressed to think of businesses that should be held to a lower standard.
Well, let me ask this. The money has got to come from somewhere. The federal government can run deficits and can print money. The state of Maryland at a point cannot. I'm just asking, how do you see it all fitting together? I'm not saying that this isn't a worthwhile enterprise. I'm not saying that these people don't deserve something. But I'm just saying, in many cases, some of the workers that are delineated in the bill as essential are people that work where you're talking about public commerce and involving industries that are themselves going under and where the businesses are dying.
Madam Chair.
I'm asking, what do you see as a way forward to include all of the folks that you're trying to include?
Well, Madam Chair, I don't think that a business that allows its workers to become sick and die is likely to survive in any economic environment. And so I recognize there are going to be financial sacrifices that are made to keep people healthy and to keep them alive. I don't know precisely where to draw the line. And, I don't make policy anymore, though I'm here advocating for this policy. I think it's imperative that workers receive protection, that this fatal.
Maybe you could be helpful to the sponsor or to somebody. I mean, but the funds have got to come from somewhere.
Madam Chair, I'd like to respond to your query on that. Since
well, you don't have to right now. We're going to have.
Well, you just said that, so I would just like to just be able to say.
Okay.
Which is, it's about priorities. We just passed $1.5 billion, okay, and prioritize that in different places, okay? So it is about priorities. We do have a commitment to making the priorities. This has to be a priority, I believe. And I think small business is a priority. I think the workers are a priority. And I think that we should make sure that those things are tied together. That's number one. The second thing that I would say to you is that this piece of legislation deals with people who are essential. And therefore, if you think it through, these are the people who have had to continue to work. And the reality is those essential workers who have had to continue to work have actually been profitable for the employers. That is what's been going on. So it's in those ones who are not working, and we need to work on the definitions, and I'm fine with that, because if they really aren't essential to our survival, then that's really not what this is about. This is about the people who have been essential to our survival, and those who are in private business in those places have not suffered financially in the way that you were saying. They just have not.
Okay. All right. We've got two questions, one from Senator Feldman and then Senator Hershey.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, Senator Augustine mentioned that, we're gonna have to do some drafting work on this bill, no doubt. But I can't let, because you happen to be one of the smarter lawyers I know, so I don't want you.
I have a lot of smart lawyers working for me. They make me look good.
Well, when you look at the bill, and I just, again, we'll have to have some further conversation. There are several references in here about during an emergency, if an essential worker or other worker has contracted the infection disease at the work site, and then a number of requirements kick in. And so one of the questions obviously that comes up is causation. And I'm trying to figure out a way, and if you got some advice, how one would establish that the infection, occurred at the work site or as a result of the work site, as opposed to, being at home with whoever. And I know that's a tough one, but since you're here, from just looking at kind of the draft of the bill, I'd love to hear any thoughts you may have on that.
Okay, thank you for the question, Senator. If it were up to me, I wouldn't have a causation trigger. I would say any workplace that has essential workers has to be made safe. Do we need somebody to get sick? Do we need somebody to die in order to trigger coverage for that person's fellow employees? I don't think so. I think if you've got an essential worker, that person should be protected.
Okay. Well, that's one way of approaching this. Okay, Madam Chair, I'll yield back. I know, again,
Okay, thank you.
one of the
Senator
questions
Hershey.
that's going to come up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and compliments to the Vice Chair, a very smart one as well too, because he asked the question I was just going to ask. But Mr. Attorney General Frost, that wasn't the answer I was expecting. So let me kind of go back onto that answer. You just seem to have broadened this whole entire bill to somehow protect or seek to protect every single workplace that has essential workers. And one of the questions that I was thinking about is that there are 76 different sub-industries within this piece of legislation. All of them have very, very different work sites. How is it possible, or how could we go upon the business community to say that there's some type of standards that would have to protect a work site, in this one size fits all piece of legislation? I mean, a work site for a construction site, a hospital, a farm, an office building are all so different. And one of the triggers and causations that the Vice Chair spoke about would be that a work site would have to be evacuated and shut down until properly sanitized. I mean, then we'd have to start getting into the what is properly sanitized as well too. I'm just not sure if you broaden it up the way that you suggested, how we ever get to a condition that would protect the essential employees that the bill seeks to do.
Well, Senator, I thank you for the question, and I'm going to repeat myself a little bit here, which is to say, I think you have to decide who you think does not deserve to be protected from COVID-19 at work. And I'm glad I'm not the one trying to draw that line, but that's the question, and I think you have to answer for yourself. And I think we're at a moment in time that is different from any that we've had since about 100 years ago, when the United States first began to adopt protections for workers, from people getting chopped to bits in meat cutting factories, and people getting sucked into machines and killed with no recourse except possibly a lawsuit from the person's family, and no protection from the government. We have a new threat to workers that's unparalleled since that era. And I think if you look at the risk to not just essential workers, but to humanity from the COVID-19 virus itself, and from the variants that seem to be arising, and the potential for additional pandemics in the future, we would be remiss if we didn't consider what to do about aerosol transmissible diseases in the workplace going forward. And I agree with you, that we're starting from a very low place, and it's going to require the addition of infrastructure that has not been required before. But if you want to protect people who are working for a living, I think these are steps that have to be taken.
And Mr. Attorney General, I would agree with some of what you said. But you used an example that was very specific to the workplace. Something, an accident at the workplace that could not occur outside of the workplace. And what we're hearing, or what CDC is telling us, is that contract tracing is saying that 75% of the spread from of the virus is occurring from gatherings or small gatherings outside of the workplace. So if that's what the experts are saying, the reason why this pandemic is spreading, are we looking the wrong way and trying to hold the businesses accountable for not allowing something to happen there, where there's really no way to even tell if the virus was contracted at the workplace or if it was contracted somewhere else?
Well, Senator, I mean, we do know the conditions in which the virus spreads. And when people are working in conditions that make them especially vulnerable to the virus, we should protect them. I mean, that's
okay.
I think that's pretty simple.
Yeah, and I can agree with some of that, but again, there's 76 different sub-industries here. I would go to look at a farm and wonder, what the conditions are at a farm that would put them in the same position as, as other categories that were here. But yeah, I think this is something that certainly has to be talked about again, and that's what I think is a problem with some of these one-size-fits-all pieces of legislation. The ideas are okay, but how we actually implement them, and more importantly, is certainly from your office, is the legislative intent, and how we're able to write down some of the thoughts that we feel, but not be so broad that it becomes impossible to implement.
Okay, we've got 2 more members with questions, and then following those, hopefully we can get to the other 13 people who are signed up to testify. Senator Reed and then Senator Bidle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Attorney General, I guess I'm a little frustrated because I feel like your contention here is that we either pass a bill like this. It sounds like to me your perspective is this bill doesn't go far enough, because your contention is that no one's protected at all from COVID without this bill. So now if you're against passing this bill, or perhaps tightening the width of how many industries it captures, that amounts to us saying we don't want anybody in those sub-industries to be protected from COVID, which I assume is not your contention, but it sure sounds that way. I mean, do you think this bill doesn't go far enough maybe in protecting?
I disagree with
people are not protected at all right now.
I don't agree with that characterization at all. I mean, look, I think people deserve to be protected from COVID-19 in the workplace. Does this bill cover everybody that I think should be covered? I'm not sure. Does it go too far? It might in a place or two. But what I'm saying is, I think as policymakers, you should be looking at it on the basis of who aren't we going to protect? Who do we think's just fine without this bill? Why shouldn't every workplace be safe from COVID-19 when there's an outbreak?
Well, so I guess my question is, are you saying there are businesses operating rampantly in Maryland that are like widespread? I'm not saying there's not instances where a business is not following appropriate precautions, because I'm sure that we know that, of course, there are some, because that's the nature of human nature. But are you saying that, because a lot of this bill is about financial compensation. It's not, the bill's not all like requiring everyone have extra PPE or something, because I don't think any of us would be necessarily opposed to that.
What I mean, apart from the hazard pay, what is the financial compensation that you're referring to?
Well, there's hazard pay, but again, you're saying we want everyone to be protected from COVID-19.
Well, yeah, I am.
Outside your door.
So
means many of us could be at some level of risk.
I don't think the most important piece of this legislation is compensation. I think the most important piece of this legislation is safety. And, you know, I would not be willing to say, okay, you know, you three are going to be safe, and you four, we don't really care about your business, please. So go live with the risks of COVID.
Well, maybe we can build on that a little bit. On that might be something where we can find some common ground. I also want to make one point, Madam Chair, and then I'll shut up. But I'll make one point. A lot of people who work as an essential employee are also themselves small business owners in some fashion.
Correct.
We do need to remember that anything that we do, you know, goes kind of both ways.
Absolutely. I mean, they should be safe and their employees should be safe. I completely agree.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Let's
may
see
I?
if we can go on to Mr. Michael Wilson, UFCW local. You have 2.5 minutes. Senator, can I let this man come and then I'll get right back to you since I called him?
As long as the AG is still here. My question's for the AG.
I do have to jump, Madam Chair. I apologize.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Senator Battle, and then we'll.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll try to make it short. So, Mr. Attorney General, thank you for being with us and thank you for everything that you do for us. My question is, if you are in a workplace that is some exposure, you're an essential worker, and your employer provides time for you to get your COVID vaccine and you get both vaccines, but then you refuse to get your vaccines, should that employer be held liable when you were given the opportunity to protect yourself?
I mean, I don't think this bill addresses that question, and I'm not sure it should. When folks have the opportunity to get the vaccine and pass it up, I think they're making a terrible mistake. I don't think their employer should be responsible for that. But in the meantime, I mean, I think for all the employees, it's important for the employer to have a safe workplace.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Mr. Michael Wilson, and then we're going to Miriam Doyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike Wilson with United Food and Commercial Workers, Local 400. Chair Kelly and members of the Senate Finance Committee, appreciate the chance to share my testimony on behalf of UFCW Local 400's over 10,000 members in Maryland working on the front lines of the ongoing retail food distribution. We strongly support vote favorably. Our members were told they were heroes, and many employers put in place additional safety measures, and some even agreed to hazard or hero pay, both to show appreciation for the risks our members were taking by going to work, but also because many of them were seeing unprecedented increases in revenue and profits. Unfortunately, as time has gone on, our employers have scaled back or eliminated additional pay and instead used the profits they are making, while our members and others continue to put themselves at risk to buy back shares, reward executives, and invest in capital and technology. Many have also scaled back their safety policies and the enforcement of policies they still claim to have in place. It has become clear that many of them would rather make a sale than keep employees and customers safe by enforcing basic measures like social distancing and reasonable caps on the number of customers and employees in a store. When employers will not do the right thing, we need to compel them to act. This bill puts in place some common sense minimum standards to protect workers who have always been essential but did not sign up to be sacrificial. Among Local 400 membership alone, we have had 572 members in Maryland diagnosed with COVID-19 and 4 have passed away. This does not include illnesses and deaths of the many non-union employers in our jurisdiction, which includes Montgomery, Prince George's, Charles, Calvert, and St. Mary's counties, as well as the Annapolis Police Department and Giants Delivery Warehouse in Anne Arundel County. Every aspect of this bill is key to keeping our members as well as their families and communities safe, which with COVID-19 still spreading uncontrolled will save lives. We have been able to work with our represented employers on many of these issues, but we feel cannot remove protections, and clearly non-workers deserve these protections as well. This pandemic has been impacting all of us for nearly a year now. It is time to take the lessons we have learned and correct the problems that have led this virus to continue to spread uncontrollably and disproportionately impact those of us who cannot work from home. This bill cannot go into effect soon enough for our members and others who have suffered needlessly because some employers have not done the right thing, but it can keep people safe and save lives going forward. To keep our members and all Marylanders safe, we urge you to vote favorably on SB 486 without any weakening amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this speaker? Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wilson, which grocery stores employ the members of your union?
Our members work at Giant, Safeway, Shoppers Food, and Best Way, as well as the Bethesda Co-op.
Giant, Safeway, Shoppers. Okay. Are any of those stores, so that's what you just said, none of them are non-chain grocery stores or mom and pop type stores?
Best Way, which is a small grocery store that has I think one location in Maryland and a couple in Virginia. It's smaller, and the Bethesda Co-op is a small, cooperatively owned store.
The co-op, right? You're familiar with what just happened recently in Long Beach, California, where their city council passed a similar but nowhere near as onerous legislation such as this bill. Tell us about that and why you would think that something like that wouldn't occur here in Maryland if we were to pass the same type of legislation.
Well, I think that unfortunately the employer that chose to do that in Long Beach, which was to close 2 of their locations there after a hazard pay legislation was passed, is those stores are owned by Kroger, which is actually the largest grocery store chain in the country and is represented by UFCW. And I think that what they did was intended to try and intimidate and scare both their workers and legislators from going forward and, doing these kinds of things. I mean, Kroger their profits have increased. I don't have the numbers in front of me because Kroger's doesn't operate here in Maryland, but I know they also own Harris Teeter, which I know they've generated a lot of letters to you all from, but they have made their profits. I think their same store sales are up something like 20% over the course of all of this. They've been investing that money in billions of dollars of share buybacks instead of giving that money to their essential workers who are risking their lives every day to make that money for them. So I don't feel any sympathy for the Kroger Corporation trying to intimidate us and trying to intimidate you into not passing bills like this.
You don't feel any sympathy for the communities where stores like Ralph's or Food for Less, I'm sure grocery stores that cater more towards low-income individuals. You don't care for those communities where those grocery stores shut down and now can't provide.
No, I think we at UFCW stand in solidarity with those communities because those are our members who are going to be out of jobs when those stores close, and it's their communities that are going to be impacted. But I don't think we should be bullied by companies like Kroger who are choosing to spend their money on share buybacks and executive pay rather than give it to their employees.
Well, certainly whatever reasons a business decides and what they decide to do with profits is certainly their decision. But the fact is, when we first heard testimony about this, we continued to hear that we would not see adverse effects or that things would not happen. But this is very real evidence that something is, and again, this was as simple as just a $3 increase, forced 2 stores to close down. Are you concerned about
the characterization that it forced them to close? I think Kroger made a decision to try and intimidate other jurisdictions from taking similar action by closing those stores. And I think it was a $4 an hour increase. And I think that some other jurisdictions have done similar things on the West because they've been upset that they're not going to be invaded by Kroger, and neither are we as the folks who represent their employees.
No, I mean, you could continue to support this. Grocery stores could close down and your employees would lose jobs, or your members would lose jobs. I think that it is time that we start to see what businesses are willing to do as the result of this type of legislation and other legislation that we've seen come out of the General Assembly. Mandates on minimum wage, mandates on paid sick leave, a number of things we keep passing, and businesses say that it will adversely affect them, but we haven't seen them shut down. And finally, in California, we've seen it happen. And a number of people will lose their job as a result of this. And it's interesting to hear that those are the members of UFCW. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, let's see if we can get to some of these other speakers. Miriam Doyle.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you. Afternoon. I am a member of AFSCME Local 557, and I would love to share some of my experiences in the past year as an essential worker at one of Maryland's state hospitals in the past year. I'm a social worker, and 10 months ago, I was given a new caseload, and it included every infected and quarantined patient during the first outbreak in our long-term care facility. So this involved in visiting up to 14 patients infected with COVID-19 a day, assessing their mental well-being and needs, making sure they had access to a phone call so they could reach their loved ones, and then painstakingly, very carefully disinfecting all materials when the visit was complete and moving on to the next one. And it was a really scary time. You know, back last spring, we were short of PPE, we were short of tests, and we were very short of information about this disease. And my first personal health scare was when the colleague that I shared a tiny office with developed symptoms such as an elevated temperature and shortness of breath. And even as a hospital worker, she simply could not get a test because we were so short on testing supplies. And that was the first time of a couple of times that I elected to quarantine for a little while until I was cleared to come back. I also wound up taking off another time to get testing and results when I walked into work and the scanner at the entrance said that I had a temperature of 100.5. And I did not want to be around my patients if there was any concern that I might endanger their health. And I'm really grateful that us state workers were given the ability to take the emergency paid sick leave that Congress passed last spring. I know that a lot of people have run out of that additional leave, and I'm very chagrined that not all essential workers had that fallback. The way I see it, if we don't make it extremely easy for people to avoid shared work environments when they have any reason to worry about having an infectious disease, that puts their colleagues, the people they serve, and ultimately the entire community at risks. And I hope you care about keeping essential workers like me safe. So I'm telling you, the best way to provide workers with I'm telling you that providing workers with an accessible avenue to avoid transmission during a pandemic is very vital to my safety. And I know that people in my line of work in a state hospital, we have to do stuff on site. We can't avoid risk entirely. And I'm willing to come in and do the work with infected patients during an outbreak. I've resumed that a couple of times in the past year, but we need supportive policies to mitigate that risk. No one who provides essential services should have to shoulder taking unpaid time off on top of dealing with a sick family member or long-lasting symptoms of their own. Another policy that I am in strong support of for people who have to work in these emergency situations is having a consistent hazard pay policy that reflects the reality of the risks that employees face. So I want to say I did not become a state social worker to accrue a vast amount of wealth, but I, like everyone, want to be treated fairly. And I've really seen that over the past year, inconsistent policies have just really sapped the morale of many states' essential workers. So for myself, I was originally told I'd receive hazard pay for each hour worked. Then later I found out some employee classifications were going to get hazard pay for every hour of their shift, but I was only going to be eligible for the minutes that I spent around a patient. So
you're kind of over your time.
What's that?
You're
sorry.
exceeding your time.
Thank you, ma'am. I will wrap up. So I just want to point out, I was coming to work in a large residential facility dealing with up to 14 patients infected with COVID-19 a day, but getting a fraction of hazard pay because I was also spending some minutes of the day giving updates to their families and doing documentation. And just want to wrap up and say, for this pandemic and future pandemics, it's not enough to just have thousands of individual employees each setting their own policy and not negotiating it. We have to codify these protections into laws. So the Maryland Essential Workers Protection Act provides the consistency that we need and that the community needs to effectively prevent pandemic outbreaks. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going next to Darlene Butler Jones.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name, as you just heard, is Darlene Butler Jones. First of all, I'm a grandmother, a mother, and a lifelong resident of Prince George's County. I have worked for Giant Food for 24 years. I am the second person at my store, which is number 347 in Largo, Maryland. I'm also a shop steward and the union leader of my UFCW workers for more than 10 years. I'm here today to let you know why I support Senator Augustine's bill, SB 486. Me and my co-workers in this grocery industry have been serving on the front line of this pandemic for nearly a year now. Every day when I go to work, I keep this mask on, remind my customers to wear their mask, stay social distance, and follow the guidelines that are in place for all of our safety. Me and my co-workers, we're not trained for this, to be enforcers of these rules. We have to be cautious and stern and reminding someone to stand back social distance, pull up your face mask, not knowing how they're going to react. But anyway, we do it for our safety and also for our customers. Even when we have security in our store, sometimes we have to respond when customers act violently. We ask them to follow the rules. For example, last week, there was a physical fight between two customers in my store, arguing over keeping social distance. It was early in the morning, so security has not arrived yet. Several of the employees that were there working night had to break up the fight. This is just one example. Maryland, This is just one example of many. It is long past time to make sure all employees in Maryland are providing a safe and healthy workplace, that they have an emergency plan when there are problems, and that workers like me can be protected if we have to refuse an assignment because it's not safe. In addition, as long as I have to wear this mask and enforce the rules, we should be getting hazard pay. Early on in the pandemic, we were given 10% increase in our pay, and other grocery store retailers gave their employees similar bumps, but that is long gone. We are called heroes and essential workers. No dollar amount is enough for what we go through every single day. Our jobs has gotten harder. In addition to being rule enforcers, we have to clean and clean. A lot of times we are short-staffed because people are out for tested positive. They decide to quarantine, and the stress is just too much for them.
You're exceeding your time. If you could wrap up.
I'm sorry. I'd just like to say thank you very much for listening to me, give me this time, for all of my fellow workers unions, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Reverend Kobe Little, the NAACP Maryland. Is Reverend Little still here?
Good evening, Madam
Yes.
Chair. Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. It's good to see you again. I trust that you got the meal delivery that I sent to you in the interim. My name is Kobe Little. I represent the Maryland State Conference of the NAACP, and I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 486, the Maryland Essential Workers Protection Act. I want to thank Senator Augustine for his bravery and his courage in sponsoring this legislation. I also like to thank Mr. Wilson, Ms. Doyle, and Ms. Butler-Jones for their bravery and their courage in testifying today. You've heard what this bill does, and you've heard many of the arguments for it. Let me just bring to our attention that we are where we are today with this pandemic because of the government's failure to act. This is your opportunity to make sure that the government of Maryland acts to support essential workers in our state who provide products and services without which our state cannot function. It's really not optional as to whether or not we do what this legislation calls us to do. It's a false dichotomy between the needs of workers and the needs of small business. As Ms. Baylog presented to you earlier, large businesses have made trillions of dollars in the last 12 months during this pandemic. You have the opportunity here in Maryland not only to pass this legislation, but to pass revenue legislation that closes loopholes that prevents large businesses from paying their fair share of taxes. If we're concerned about small businesses, and we should be, then let's expand the grant funding and the loan funding and the financial services support for small businesses. But it's time for us to stop placing the burden for the most difficult problems on the most vulnerable people in our society. From today going forward, this Senate Finance Committee and the Maryland General Assembly as a whole must begin to make policy with the most vulnerable in mind first. You have the opportunity today to take the first step by passing this legislation out of your committee with a favorable report. We thank you for your contribution.
Okay, we next have Larry Casecap.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Kelly, Vice Chairman Feldman, members of the Senate Finance Committee. Larry Casecamp, Legislative Director for the Transportation Division of the excuse me, International Association of Sheet Metal Air Rail and Transportation Workers, otherwise known as SMART. We're here in support of Senate Bill 486. We represent conductors, engineers, trainmen, switchmen, utilitymen, and yard masters in the railroad industry who work in freight and passenger service in Maryland. SMART represents over 216,000 members throughout the country. Our members perform and assist with various functions for shipping and transporting essential goods and materials, including food, pharmaceuticals, raw materials, fuels, chemicals, energy, and products for wholesale. And they also perform the functions and services for transporting passengers via mass transit. This puts them in unavoidable interactions with the general public, places them among the highest risk for contracting the virus among the essential workforces. And the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has denoted that transportation workers are part of the essential critical infrastructure workforce responsible for ensuring community and national resilience in the COVID-19 response. During this pandemic, our members have continued to go to work each day to provide necessary functions to keep our economy working, while at the same time providing critical support in the response to the pandemic. And in doing so, many have contracted the COVID-19 virus, which resulted in some of them passing, some becoming very ill, some infecting other family members, and others jeopardizing their family's health. Others have had to quarantine for being exposed to other workers or the public who had the virus. And many have lost paychecks and benefits as a result. So this legislation addresses many of the hardships our members, Maryland's essential workers, have experienced in the transportation industry, while unselfishly providing necessary services to keep Maryland moving forward. And we ask this committee for a favorable report on Senate Bill 486, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we're going to the first of the, no, we've got a favorable with amendment. Scott Schneider.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairwoman Kelly, and thank you, Vice Chair Feldman, and thank you, Senator Augustine, for introducing this legislation. My name is Scott Schneider, and I'm testifying today on behalf of about 20 occupational safety and health professionals living in Maryland, many of whom have been active for decades in this field, and the National Council for Occupational Safety and Health. I'm testifying in support of this bill with amendments. For the last 10 months, many of us and many other organizations like the Maryland AFL-CIO have sent petitions to the governor to ask him to require the Maryland OSHA to put out an emergency standard to protect workers from COVID. Our pleas to the governor have been ignored, and as a result, many, many workers have died. This bill is an important step towards justice and safety for those workers, but we need to go further, which is why we recommend that MOSH be required to immediately issue an emergency temporary standard for aerosol transmissible diseases, followed by a permanent standard within 6 months. MOSH has the authority to do this, and Virginia OSHA has already issued an emergency standard, and on January 27th, issued their permanent standard, which could be used as a model. I recommend incorporating HB 124, which requires an emergency standard and permanent standard be issued into this legislation to accomplish that. Some have questioned the need for a permanent standard when hopefully the pandemic will have abated by fall. The answer is first that the pandemic may still have surges this fall, depending on vaccine distribution and efficacy and new variants or the lack of social distancing and mask wearing. Second, this may not be the last pandemic we experience. If or when the new pandemic arises, we will have the tools ready to meet the challenge. Secondly, federal OSHA is currently considering issuing an emergency standard, and if they do, Maryland was required to adopt it or a standard that's equally or more protective. You must require that if federal OSHA issues an emergency standard, that Maryland OSHA would adopt it immediately. In the past, Maryland OSHA has dragged its heels and waited to adopt federal rules until all litigation has been resolved, contrary to OSHA procedures, and that would gut the intent of any emergency standard, allowing workers in Maryland to continue to suffer without sufficient protections or enforcement. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the time, and I urge you to give a favorable vote on this bill. It's urgently needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going next to Mike O'Halloran from NFIB.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, Mike O'Halloran from NFIB, here in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 486. Look, we've heard the comptroller say that in his office's estimation, 30,000 small businesses closed permanently as a result of the pandemic last year. So this pandemic has had a disproportionately devastating impact on small businesses compared to other firms. In fact, an NFIB survey released last week showed that nearly 1/3 of small businesses say they will have to close their doors permanently if economic conditions do not improve dramatically over the next 12 months. Most of them say those conditions won't improve until 2022. That's where we're at right now with the global pandemic still raging. Senate Bill 486 puts costly mandates on an employer that no respondent to that survey could pay. If we were to have Senate Bill 486 as the law of the land right now, that means $3 extra an hour, more than 3 work weeks of paid leave, healthcare costs to employees that could have been injured or contracted an illness away from the workplace, plus the recent increase to the minimum wage, plus the state's sick and safe leave law. And we're talking about a law that is financially impossible for Maryland small businesses. We are all doing everything we can to protect ourselves and our loved ones. That goes for small business owners and workers alike. Employers overwhelmingly are taking steps to protect workers, oftentimes going above and beyond government guidelines at a cost to them and their business. And if employers are not doing what is required of them, then the health department is within its rights to fine them or shut them down. And look, our members respect and acknowledge the suffering of witnesses today. They share the exact same stories. And that is the exact reason why they're doing what they can to protect themselves, their workers, their clients, and their customers. But Senate Bill 486's one-size-fits-all approach to an emergency does not work for Maryland small businesses. For these reasons, NFIB respectfully opposes Senate Bill 486 and requests an unfavorable report.
Thank you. We're going next to.
Madam Chair, I've got a question.
Yes, Senator Augustine.
Yeah, I will be brief, but Mr. O'Halloran, you talked about all of those businesses. What percentage of those businesses would be characterized as essential?
Well, as you've heard earlier today, of a 20-page bill, 5 pages define what is, quote unquote, an essential employer. So in my estimation, these small businesses that are shutting down and are still at restricted capacities, under this bill is introduced, it's all of them.
No, so my understanding is that a vast majority of these would not, under these definitions, be considered essential businesses. And I think that that's important. And I mean, obviously we want to make sure that we work through this. but we do want to make sure that we're actually talking about the folks who qualify as essential businesses, and then within that, actually essential workers. We know there's work to be done on definitions for certain, but I think I would argue that there's a significant number of the folks you're talking about that would not fall into this category.
I appreciate that, Senator. And, you know, we've heard from, you know, honestly, I've heard from more members on this particular bill than I had on minimum wage and the paid sick leave law, which impacted every employer, regardless of the industry. And they're saying that they can't afford this bill. And that's every industry. So I appreciate your willingness to work on the definition. And certainly that's something that we would hope happen.
Yep, sound good. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going now to Kaylee Locklear, Maryland Retailers Association.
Good evening, members of the committee. Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Association in opposition to this bill. But before I talk about that, I hope that we will all acknowledge that the vast majority of businesses have taken protecting their employees and the public very seriously. And some have even provided benefits in this bill already or beyond it, like paying for immunizations. I submitted written testimony to you all going line by line through the bill, but because of time, I'm just covering a couple areas of the bill in an effort not to be repetitive. And we adopt the concerns raised by my colleague Mike and then Ashley and other colleagues who will follow. With regard to PPE, we would be fine with language stating if an employee cannot obtain proper PPE, we can help provide, but the bill must be contingent upon supply chain availability. And even the fiscal note recognizes the massive costs that could be incurred here. And we're all well aware, last year, there were periods of time where we could not even obtain proper PPE, such as masks. In reference to employer paid testing, we'd ask that this is struck from the bill. Because of the definitions of the bill Ashley from the chamber is about to discuss, the mandate that an employer pay for testing literally covers anything. But with regard to COVID, which I heard the sponsor say is the intent, the state already offers testing for free, and even private entities test for free for exposure and symptoms. And I'd also remind the committee again that sometimes testing is just not available. The language on page 17 that an employer has to provide financial assistance for unreimbursed healthcare costs to essential workers who become sick. And I'd point out the rabbit hole of definitively pointing out where COVID is contracted is nearly impossible, should also be struck from the bill. And finally, on page 10, the components of the bill mandating protocols and an emergency preparedness plan are workable. But to ensure proper emergency preparedness planning to help employees and businesses alike during crises, guidance must be issued by professionals who are truly experts in developing disaster management protocols and guidance. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Okay.
Senator Hershey.
Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kaylee, my questioning with Mr. Wilson earlier, he brought up how profitable these big grocery stores are. Obviously, this legislation deals a lot more with just the biggest brand names that we've all heard about. I guess he also failed to mention that these national retailers do so much for the community as well with different programs and things of that nature. My question kind of being, your members, what are you hearing? If these big companies can't afford this, how on earth would we be able to expect some of these smaller grocery stores to be able to afford it? And then one other thing, I would have to imagine your retailers have got to be concerned with automation. And this has always been brought up again, computer, the terminals that scan groceries don't get sick, don't get COVID. Again, are we putting, these retailers in a position to look at other options and again, come up with even more ways that force them to lay off employees?
Thank you, Senator Hershey, for those questions. And I've talked to the committee a lot about this. So in grocery, we are one of the lowest profit margin businesses at an average of 1% to 3%, so pennies on the dollar. And so although we may have seen increased profits, I'd just like to remind the committee of what those profits actually look like. And labor in our industry is one of the highest expenses for us. And I think this all kind of ties together because I heard folks talking about this earlier, but we all just saw the Congressional Budget Office this week talk about the federal minimum wage hike to $15 an hour. And although it helps boost some people out of poverty, it would result in more than 1 million job losses in the United States. And so with this bill, although I think the intent is definitely trying to reward frontline workers, we are threatening their jobs at the same time. And because the Kroger company did come up repeatedly earlier, I would like to inform the committee that the company invested $1.5 billion both to reward their associates and to safeguard their associates and their customers through the implementation of dozens of safety measures that they continue to execute today. With regard to your final question about automation, you see it in grocery more and more every day, where self-checkout is going to become the norm, because the number one, and I pointed to it earlier, cost in grocery is labor. And that is a product of all of these rising costs.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Kaylee, for your comments and shedding some light on some of the concerns you have on the bill. There was a couple of things in the bill, and one thing in particular, I'd be interested to get your perspective from your members. There's a part in the bill about the right to refuse work, and it's basically how I read the bill is really the employee can say, I don't want to do that because it's dangerous. I'm not trying to overstate the case. That seems to be what it is in the bill. And
yep,
I was kind of wondering for retailers, what does that look like? Like, because if you're interacting with the public during a pandemic, technically, I mean, scientifically, we now know interacting with someone for 30 seconds, even if they're not wearing a mask, doesn't really expose you significantly to COVID. That's kind of, we've learned that through this pandemic. That doesn't mean there might not be a future pandemic where that's a problem. But somebody could conceivably say, well, look, I'm interacting with the public and I don't feel safe. And a business would be on the hook. It sounds to me, they already have to provide some level of support, but they'd be on the hook now for a lot more. What can you elaborate on that? I mean, is that how you read the bill, and would there be some ways we could better define that?
Thank you, Senator Reedy. And I submitted written comments to the committee going line by line through the bill, just pointing out some of these other issues. So this particular issue is found on page 11 under the definition of unsafe work environment. And the section that you're referencing says that if an essential worker fears for the essential worker's life or health during an emergency due to the nature of the work being performed, they may refuse to fulfill a responsibility. So theoretically, for any reason whatsoever, and I would say there were times last year where every single one of us, I think, was afraid, right? And so you could have used that argument and not shown up to work, which means that the economy entirely would have shut down and people would not have had access to buy the essential items that they need for everyday life that are found in a grocery store.
Can I interject? Because I don't want to ask, I'm not going to ask any other questions, Madam Chair, just to interject on this. It would be, I don't want to say, talk me through, it would already be an OSHA violation for you to be doing some kind of work in a retail environment that puts you in jeopardy of losing your life, right? I mean.
Correct. Absolutely correct. But this goes far beyond that in a way that is so subjective, it's just not workable the way it's currently written.
Okay, I mean, because I think we're all sympathetic when we hear about one of the ladies testified earlier today, Madam Chair, earlier in the hearing about being in healthcare and being afraid and being concerned that there wasn't clear lines of what she could and could refuse to do. I think we're all sympathetic to that idea if somebody's in healthcare or in certain kinds of industries, but I think I guess it further elaborates just trying to figure out where we draw the lines on this. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, thank you. We're going next to Ashley Duck.
Madam Chair, I apologize. Real quick.
Yeah.
Apologize, Madam Chair. Kaylee, I just first of all want to thank you for some constructive things that I've written down in here, the things to be able to work on. And one of the things that I heard from you very clearly was actually a need for guidance on these kinds of things. And I think that that's part of what this bill does. Do you feel like that there actually is a need for guidance on a lot of these things that we actually do need to work towards and to get, so that your folks are better equipped to address this? And we already know, of course, that MOSH has this ability. People already, there is, as Senator Reedy mentioned, I mean, this is not actually new ground. I think it's really clarifying and helpful to be clarifying. Would you agree?
I would absolutely agree. And you know this, and I think we talked about this before. CDC provided some recommendations. I had an opportunity to serve on the governor's retail advisory committee to the state and provide recommendations to retailers. But if we're going to do that, to my point earlier, experts have to be behind this. We can't just willy-nilly have businesses clobbering together things that they think are going to keep employees safe. So if we move forward with that, it needs to be constructed by true experts.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Ashley Duckman from the Maryland Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to appear before you this evening. Ashley Duckman here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce and our more than 5,000 business members and federated partners from across the state in opposition to Senate Bill 486 as it is presently written. My colleague Mike from NFIB really hit the nail on the head, but it is a true understatement when we talk about COVID-19 and the tremendous, far-reaching and yet fully unrealized economic impact that it is having and will have in the future on our state and on our job creators. Simply put, the requirements and associated costs in the bill before you today would be devastating for our job creators who are already struggling to overcome a global pandemic, and the compounding financial implications of other state mandates that have already been mentioned, like minimum wage, like sick and safe, like some things that are presently being considered by this committee as future employer requirements. Beyond the cost, and we've talked about this ad nauseum, so I don't want to belabor the point, the provision in the bill are, we believe, unduly burdensome, or in some instances, wholly impossible to comply with based on how it's presently drafted. And we've spent a lot of time talking about definitions, which is the bulk of what I wanted to talk about today. So I don't want to belabor the point, and I appreciate Senator Augustine, the acknowledgement of it being a little bit overly broad and potentially ambiguous in places. And we look forward to working together through those challenges. So I don't want to belabor that point. But again, there are other places beyond emergency, beyond essential worker, beyond essential employer, where the bill is punctuated with some undefined terms and concepts that we believe are subjective or up for interpretation. And again, I would just stress that as it is presently written, it would be wholly impossible in many instances for employers to comply with them as it's written. And I want to leave you with this. I want to refute the idea that employers aren't doing their level best to do right by their employees, by the public, by their consumers, because the Chamber and our members have remained steadfastly committed to doing our part to mitigate the impact of the pandemic since day one. I can't identify a member who really doesn't put the health and safety of their employees and the general public as the top priority, working tirelessly at their own expense in many instances to reduce risk of exposure in an environment that is constantly evolving, is filled with incomplete or inconsistent information, and changes rapidly. This is not to say that bad actors don't exist and that they shouldn't be held accountable. They absolutely should. However, we strongly believe that this legislation is not the way in which to do that and would result in many unintended consequences for both Maryland job creators and the people they employ. I also want to acknowledge, like Mike, that over the course of the last 2 weeks, we have heard from thousands of businesses from across the state regarding their concerns over this bill, more than any issue or legislation that we're working on this session or any session prior to me being at the chamber. And so for those reasons and the lengthy reasons that we outlined in our written testimony, the chamber respectfully requests an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 486 as it is presently drafted.
Thank you. Colleagues, I just want to announce, and I want the sponsor to know also, that there were tons of people who signed up with written testimony from Harris Teeter, the person that we had a confirmation from as their oral speaker has not shown. That was a Kyle Draper. So we're going to the next person, Peter Kitzmiller, the Maryland Auto Dealers Association.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Peter Kitzmiller. I'm the president of the Maryland Automobile Dealers Association. We represent 300 franchise new car and truck dealers across the state of Maryland, here today in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 486. The previous panels have covered a lot of the things I was going to cover, so I won't try to repeat them. I want to make a couple of quick points. Number one, we recognize as an essential business that comes with responsibilities to our customers and to our employees. And the most critical of these responsibilities is having a safe workplace. And since the pandemic has started, I think businesses like ours, who are essential but also have to deal with the general public, have had to the best of our ability, create a safe work environment, including social distancing guidelines, putting in plexiglass shields, PPE mandatory for employees, specific cleaning procedures, testing, etc. And that's not an option at this point. Whether there's a bill or not a bill, that's not an option. If you are an essential employer business that deals with the general public in the state of Maryland, if you don't do those things, you're not going to have any customers. I think the Attorney General made a very good point. Employers who ignore these things and put their employees in jeopardy aren't going to be around very long. I think that's a very, very important point to make. I do also think, and I think the sponsor made a very good point, we would be more than willing to work with the committee on coming up with specific guidelines on how to have a safe work environment. We've been flying blind since April. We've been doing the best we can. I know other industries have as well, but I think Kelly made a very good point. We're not experts at this. And so the more expertise we can get involved in this, I think the better off we're going to be. And the last point I want to make is regarding, I've heard all this conversation about, who's making record profits, who's doing this, who's doing. I'm going to speak specifically about our industry. The new car and truck business has fared much better than I thought we were going to do in April in this pandemic environment. Having said that, new car sales in Maryland are down 15% for 2020. That's a significant number. You add on top of that the tens of thousands of dollars that each dealership has to spend to come up with a safe working environment. And that's a very difficult position to be in. And we're not complaining about that. Those procedures that we have to put in place and those costs, that's a cost of doing business. But in the automobile business, we can't pass those costs on to our customers. It just doesn't work that way. We operate in a business that makes about 2% profit at the end of the day. And it's a very competitive business. So we aren't in the position of passing those things on. I'm not going to sit here and tell the committee that some of these mandates in here that are incredibly expensive and we would not be able to pay for is going to result in us closing. It's not going to result in us closing. What's going to happen is instead of operating with 100 employees, we're going to end up trying to figure out how to make it to get by on 50. And that's not good for anybody. That's not protecting essential workers. They want to work. We want to make sure they're safe. And we'd be happy to work with the committee going forward. But some of these things, they're just not possible to pay for at this point. And with that, I'd ask for an unfavorable report.
Thank you. Are we going next to Kirk McCauley?
Chairman Kelly, members of the Finance Committee. Name is Kirk McCauley and I represent WMDA CAR. I represent 3 essential businesses: service stations, convenience stores, and automotive repair shops. We're in a little bit of a unique position because people couldn't drive. They were told not to drive or working from home. Of course, you don't sell gas when your cars are sitting in a parking place. Most of my places were lost money for 3 solid months. Things have gotten better, and lately they've gotten a little worse again. But they're struggling. They're getting along, and they'll get by unless a bill like this gets passed. We're looking at $3 an hour. That's $120 a week per employee. 17 days of leave. Even at minimum wage, that's the only thing I got. That's $1,500 per employee. It's just the whole deal, and I agree with Kaylee and Mike and Pete. Everyone wants to keep their employees safe.
Did he say $3 an hour?
So we, as an industry, we just want to do our job, protect our employees, and serve our customers. But we can't do that if we're out of business. Some of the larger places and the Amazons of the world, this might have been a profit situation for them. But for small business, our small businesses, this would put us in the category of out of business. It's just not doable in today's atmosphere, especially when you're not selling gas. When you're not selling gas, people aren't coming in, so they're not going in the C-store as much. And they're not getting their car repaired. Our repair facilities are off terribly. So that's where it stands right now. We just urge a unfavorable vote on 486. And thank you.
Thank you. We're going next to Melvin Thompson, the Restaurant Association of Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Melvin Thompson on behalf of the Restaurant Association of Maryland, and we oppose this legislation if it's intended to apply to restaurants and food service employers, which is currently unclear, because according to the bill language, this legislation applies only to the essential employers in the specified industries and sectors, and it appears to closely follow the critical infrastructure sectors of the Federal Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, also known as CISA. Restaurants are included as part of the CISA food and agriculture sector, and this sector is included in this legislation. However, restaurants are not mentioned in the specific industries listed in the bill. If restaurants are intended to be included, we would oppose this legislation because of the additional burden it would place on the struggling restaurant industry as we try to recover from the catastrophic impact of the COVID pandemic. Subjecting restaurant employers to the additional financial burdens proposed in this legislation could drive many out of business or force them to close their businesses during declared emergencies. Hazard pay and the other essential worker benefits proposed would be difficult for restaurant employers to absorb, given our industry's narrow profit margin and our customers' aversion to price increases. And if these additional burdens would also be on top of higher labor costs associated with Maryland's sick and safe leave law and the annual minimum wage increases phased in through 2026. And if this bill were to pass and apply to restaurants right now during the current COVID emergency, most restaurants would not be able to afford compliance because of the government-imposed operating restrictions that have significantly reduced their revenues and have put many on the brink of permanent closure. And thank you, Madam Chair, for also raising that point. So for these reasons, we oppose this legislation if it's intended to apply to restaurants. Thank you very much.
Okay. And now we're going to.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Senator
Oh, I'm
Augustine.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Augustine.
Okay, Mr. Sponsor.
Real quick. Mr. Thompson. It does not have restaurants, wasn't the intent. Would that mean that you would be supportive of the bill?
Well, you know, that is unclear to us respectfully.
Well, no, I'm telling you, I'm giving you the legislative intent right now. So based on that, can we count on your support?
We would want to see some clarifying language to make sure that it does not apply to restaurants, because as I said, restaurants are included in the food and agriculture sector. And so we've had conversations with several attorneys who aren't sure about this either, and we're seeking some clarification. So if we got that clarification, Senator, we'd be happy to reconsider our position.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're going to Ellen Valentino.
Thank you and good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Ellen Valentino. I'm here today representing the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors and the Maryland Mechanical Contractors. And a lot of our points have been said by the previous witnesses. The one point that I don't think has been is that we're currently still in the pandemic. And one of the things, if the goal of the sponsor is to look to see how we deal with pandemic conditions in the future, you know, I think there's a lot to be studied here. You know, the role of government to essential workers, the role of the employer to the essential worker, and the role of government to the employer. You know, I think this is a once in a lifetime event. I hope it is, at least, to date. And, developing what the next pandemic and the responsibility looks at in the future, to me, needs more than 30-day deliberation. It just does. And so I just pose that to remind the committee that there is a strong role of the government here, and how they are going to deal with the need to have hospitals open, nurses, those type of things. And we know we have a responsibility as well. And there's individual responsibility. Some of these executive orders and even local orders underway today became quite troubling for the essential employer to try to meet their customers at the curb. So with that said, I appreciate the sponsors' comments and willing to work, really do. But I also think if we're looking to set and stage what we need to do in the next pandemic, I think that we need to look at a number of avenues going forward. And let's hope that we don't see one for another 80 years or so. And just to reemphasize one thing Kaylee said, I just want to make sure that it was noted. When this first happened, we scrambled for PPE. So, if you have a bill that requires us to have PPE, the question becomes, what is the definition of essential? If we can't get open, if we can't get PPE, should we be fined, held accountable, those type of things. So a lot to discuss here, and I look forward to, being part of any conversation.
Thank you. I think Ellen's our last witness, and so that ends the hearing for today. Thank you, everybody.